Turkish style.
The wait is over. After a long hiatus, it's time to welcome back the 2026 UIM MotoSurf World Championship, coming to you from the shoreline here in Çeşme for the My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey. What an exciting 3 days we have awaiting us here on the shoreline as the fastest and wettest show in town is about to go nuclear once again. Jake Sanson in the commentary box position, overlooking the gorgeous bay that will provide us with all of the fantastic action that we'll see across qualifying, heats and finals from today, Saturday and Sunday. One of the most toughest and most brutal athletic competitions is growing in stature every single year, and for this first round of the 2026 championship, get this, 93 riders from 19 nations around the world. It is truly becoming bigger and bigger as every year goes on. If you are new to the world of MotoSurf, well, get ready. These are 20-kilogram boards that can do a top speed of about 70 kilometers per hour top speed when they hit full pelt. And if you go into the water at that speed face first, you are losing teeth. This is a very tough sport indeed. It is growing in stature all the time. MotoSurf made its professional debut in the World Games, one down from the Olympic Games, last year at Chengdu in China. And it's going to be a very busy season for the competition as we continue to grow in stature and excitement. Things are just going to get bigger and bigger for the MotoSurf World Championship over the course of the coming months. And it's a very busy calendar that takes in many different nations across the globe. A bit of a delayed start, sadly, due to the curtailing and the postponement of our first round of the championship at Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates. We will be back, hopefully, in the autumn, and a very big, strong love goes out to all of our friends in the United Arab Emirates. We wish you all the very best and the safest of care and consideration in these difficult times. But we are racing in your spirit and with you very much in our minds. We've got a very busy calendar in 2026. Here in Turkey, we start the season. Next month, we go to Prague in the Czech Republic, one of the most beautiful countries in Europe, and definitely the headquarters of MotoSurf racing. Then to Stockholm in Sweden in August, on to Marbella in Spain in September, hopefully to Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates in October, all being well. And then we go back-to-back in November at Jinhua and Shenzhen in China. It's going to be a really exciting battle. All of the contenders gearing themselves up and getting ready then for the first qualification event of this UIM MotoSurf World Championship. We're live across our YouTube live stream, and I'm also apparently live here at the beachfront as well, so hopefully everyone can hear us loud and clear. It's going to be a very exciting battle. All of the competitive riders gearing up for the start of the season in stock, junior boy, junior girl, masters men, masters women, elite women and elite men. It'll be a very busy day of qualification as it all comes down to who sets the fastest time in their qualifying runs, and they only get one run each across all of the categories. They've been limbering up and getting themselves eager to get under starters' orders since the start of the week. Many people arriving here the previous weekend just to train and to get fit as a fiddle. Nobody's actually had a chance to run on the course until this morning, and the word seems to be pretty much the same across all disciplines and all contenders. This is going to be a very challenging course indeed. Some riders have even quoted me as saying this is the toughest course we've ever raced on. And that you can quote me. A few of the riders have already told me how tough it's going to be. We're going to kickstart things off with the qualifying practice for the stock category. That is, if you are a racing car enthusiast, a bit like Formula 2 in the world of MotoSurf. You buy the board, you get it out of the box, and you race it. You do nothing to it, you change nothing at all, and you race it as it is. Then we go into the elite women category, which is the premier category for women in the sport. Then we move on to the masters women, that is competitors over the age of 30. And then we have the masters men, which is competitors over the age of 40. Then we have the junior category. Boys and girls will qualify and race in the heats together. Then they will separate on Sunday for their own individual finals. And then we round out the day with the elite men, the Formula One of our competition. It is a really tough battle, and all of the riders know that on the beautiful blue shoreline here in Çeşme in Turkey, There is so much to talk about. As we mentioned already, 93 riders across the several categories that we have, and that makes things very interesting indeed for us. 7 classes in total: stock, elite women, masters men, junior boy, junior girl, and elite men. Plenty to talk about, and of course they're all wanting to take home the coveted trophy of the World Championship title. Last year, of course, we had 2 major competitions, the World Championship and the World Games in Chengdu. That will be returning in 2029 in Germany, and we're all hoping that the MotoSurf contenders will be getting themselves limbered up for that. That's the next time they get to go for a gold medal. For now, they get to soak up the atmosphere for a World Championship. It's already a sizzling day at the races here, and the competitors getting themselves geared up for the stock practice session. We'll start getting the first times in. 31 degrees Celsius, according to what I have on my temperature monitor in front of me. But the good news for the course of the 3 days is there is only a 10% chance of rain tomorrow morning. That's it. That's all we've got. Everything else is set to be sunshine all the way here in Cheshme, and it looks like it could be one of the most intense and difficult race weekends our MotoSurf riders have ever faced. The My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey taking place over the 2nd weekend of June 2026 here in Cheshme. And we're going to start things off with the stock category, the riders that literally buy the board out of the box and go racing with it as it is. And there are so many fantastic riders who are going to head out onto the course. We have a whole collection of riders set to face the elements. And of course, being here in Turkey, we have a major contingent from the home nation, including Alp Alhat, Kuzey Altug, Mohamed Chigdem, as well as Selim Ishik, Ismail Kaptanoglu, and Ali Nagis, along with Ferhat Tuncay and Ender Yorganchila. That's just the riders from Turkey in the stock category alone, so plenty to get excited about over the course of time qualifying. We're also going to have plenty of other contenders limbering up in the stock category, but there's a grand total of 27 riders in stock alone, so it's going to be a very busy session for the riders to get themselves onto the water for the first time. If you're tuned in on YouTube, do of course like and share, and put out all of the messages you possibly can on your social media feeds to get as many people tuning in as possible. It's going to be a very exciting run. And for the riders who want to come up to the top of the My Racing Clubhouse and have a chat with us on the live stream, you're more than welcome to. I do have a second headset. It's perfectly welcome for you to come and chat to us about the world of MotoSurf, particularly for those watching who are liking what they see and fancying a go themselves. We can talk a lot about how to get involved in the sport and how to become part of the action. So it's going to be a very intense battle. We've got qualifying coming up, and we'll have all 7 categories out on the water over the course of the next couple of hours. Hello to everybody from the drone as we gear up for all of the intensity and the action across all of the categories. It's going to be sensational once the riders hit the water. They only get 1 qualifying run each, and of course the best fastest times will be the riders that will go to the inside line for the first qualifying heats. You can see just how spectacular our paddock is here with the Team Racing MotoSurf house overlooking the shoreline. What an amazing spectacle we have in front of us. Everyone getting themselves geared up, and we have a whole total of 19 nations involved in this first round of the championship, with many more lined up. Competitors coming from Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Cyprus, the Czech Republic, Germany, Hungary, Chile, Japan, Korea, Kuwait, Macau, Poland, the AIN, Slovakia, Sweden, the United States, and of course the home nation, Turkey. Plenty of riders all wanting to go into this first round of the championship with a competitive edge. So as I mentioned before, we're starting the process with the stock category. They'll be getting out onto the water very shortly indeed. Just the final couple of checks of the buoys and the safety crews out on the water, and we will head to the paddock for the first time with the first group of riders to head out onto the circuit. But the stock riders, we can talk you through each of the competitors so you know who to cheer for depending on where you're watching from. We have the Turkish riders in stock: Alp Alhat, Kuzey Altug, Mohamed Chigdem, Selim Ishik, Ismail Kaptanoglu, Ali Nagis, and then we have Ferhat Tuncay and Ender Yorganchila, all the riders representing Turkey in the stock category. there is, as ever, a vast contingent of riders from the Czech Republic, the headquarters of the sport. Vladimir Andel, Matthias Barvik, the junior boy champion, steps up to the stock category this year. Then Adam Janusek, along with Damian Kadlic, Adam Kolar. We also have Jan Matoska for the new FG Forest Racing team. Josef Bogora, Stepan Šimek, who steps up from junior boy as well, as does Oliver Wolf, and David Zaplatilek, who is also taking part for the first time in the stock category. Amongst the other riders in stock, we have Hassan Bouabas for the Q8 Sea Sport Club. We have Suguru Ikeda for Japan. Great to see him making his full-time run in 2026 after representing Japan in the World Games last year. Maxim Gavronov returns to the paddock once again, as does the Korean legend Kim Down. It'll be fabulous to see what he can do. Yet again, he's taking on both the Masters and the stock category, cutting the candle at both ends, the Korean awesome superstar. Then we have the Swede Alexander Lanner. He's back in the paddock once again in the stock category, as well as the Slovakian Adam Milovcik. He'll be an interesting one to watch out for, as well Faris Ramadan, the former jet ski world champion in Water Sports Club Q8. We'll also have Ringo Rimer. He steps up from junior boy into the world of the stock category, the 16-year-old from Sweden. We'll also have the competitors lining up in the other categories as well. But of course, in the stock, it is very competitive indeed. For the first time, the women are separated into elite and masters categories in the same way that is done in the male category. So we have the elite women getting ready to venture out onto the course for their qualifying practice after stock, and they'll have a very vast run of competitors, 13 riders in total taking to the water. In elite women, we'll have in Masters Women 5 riders for this first ever event for the Masters Women category. Quite a few competitors we would have loved to have seen out, but difficulties in logistics mean that the entirety of the field is not quite as vast as we would have liked. Hopefully that will grow as the season continues though. In the junior categories, we have 7 contenders in junior boy and 5 contenders in ladies, so they will all go out together in qualifying practice and the heats, and then they will separate for their own separate finals on Sunday afternoon. And in the Masters category, we have a vast array of contenders as well, all venturing out for the riders over the age of 40 in a grand total of 28 Masters here this weekend. So there are only 12 spaces in the final. It's going to be fascinating to see who is going to get there. And then, of course, we have the Formula One of our sport, the elite riders. Let's go in for the stock men qualification first of all. Riders making their way out onto the circuit, and there you can see all 27 of them lining up and getting ready to do so. So, without further ado, we'll welcome onto the course Zaplatilek, Jorgen Schiele, Tuncay, Wolf, Šimek, Rimer, Bogora, Nagis, Milovcik, Ishek, Shigdem, Alturg, Alhad, Gavronov, Ikeda, Ramadan, and all. It's going to be a fabulous competition for all of our riders, and they will venture out to try and get some fast times on the board. So with all of the riders now putting themselves into the water for the first rotation, they obviously go one at a time because you need clear water to have the first run. They go 2 out onto the circuit at various points. One is on one end of the course and the other is on the other, and then they're brought in again for 2 more to venture out onto the course. So the stockman qualification begins in earnest. And the riders just getting themselves ventured out. I've been speaking to a lot of the competitors over the course of the morning's practice sessions, and they've told me that this place is going to be very tough indeed when it comes to getting into a rhythm. The first man out on the course then to venture out onto the water is the 17-year-old from Děčín in the Czech Republic, David Zaplatilek, who will get the ball rolling and set the first decent time. So David Zaplatilek going for his first flying run. You can see the first corner is going to be a very tight U-turn. Then we get the chicane, right, left. But it is very tricky on the opening part of the water. Just trying to get a balance is going to be key for the first part. And already David Zaplatilek is struggling to find the course. He seems to have bottled out of the first run. So it looks as though there's been a bit of an issue then for the 17-year-old, making his full-time debut in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. Riders spend a couple of months training when they go to the various jet surf academies around the world, and then it doesn't take them too long before they move their way further forward. So David Zaplatilek going for a full long course then. That 37.969 is not going to be official because he didn't complete the full course. Now, however, he is making a full tilt run. And of course, if you fall on your qualification run, well, that's it. You don't really get the lap that you want. You get 2 runs around the course, and one of those has got to be a competitive time. Otherwise, you will start your qualifying heats from the back. But it is a very tight and narrow course, the riders have been telling me, so it's definitely going to be a challenge, and you can really see David Zaplatilek attacking these buoys with immense force and courage, trying to get the most out of it into the slalom. And of course, you've only got 2 different routes. Once you come out again, it's to the line. The checkered flag is in the air. What's the time? 50.493. So that's the benchmark then for everybody else to focus on. 50.493. We don't know yet how representative that is going to be of a quick time because it's the first time we've used this particular course. We were here last year, but we were in a different part of the bay a year ago. But David Zaplatilek starts the ball rolling with a 50.493 time. And he falls into the water straight away off the course. It takes a lot of energy to put it all together for the perfect lap, and there is no such thing as a perfect lap in MotoSurf. You're always chasing that little bit extra. Next up onto the course, Ender Jorgenschieler, flying the flag for Rocket Racing and for everyone here in Turkey. A real competitor and a real contender in the stock category. So he's definitely going to be trying to charge his way for a top spot. Will be fascinating to see what he can do. We're going to have 2 riders on the course this time. We have 27 in the stock, so the first run had just 1 rider in it. The second will have 2. So Ender Jorgenschieler is currently out on the course. And so Ender Jorgenschieler getting himself up to speed to try and work his way further forward. Joined out on the course by his countryman, Ferhat Tuncay. So Ferhat Tuncay in treble 2. I should point out that the numbers are totally nominal. And once we go into racing tomorrow, of course, they will be numbered by the shorts that they wear so that we can denote them from a distance. So they have a racing number, but it's rather unofficial. It's kind of the number that they carry out of pride and passion rather than an actual professional number. The numbers they race change every... Oh, and Ender Jorgenschieler's gone in. So Ender Jorgenschieler into the drink, the first big incident of the qualifying session. Well, that's a big shock because Ender Jorgenschieler, one of the home favourites in stock, and he is one of the first ones to go down, so that's a big issue for him. We're going to see if we can catch a replay of what happened. Taking it through to the left-hander, and he just gets it a little bit too tight on the way to the buoy. And that is game over, I'm afraid, in that part of the run for Ender Jorgenschieler. Of course, it also holds up for Ferhat Tuncay. So Tuncay with his hand in the air to signify that he has obviously bailed out of that run to avoid Ender Jorgenschieler. Now he's going to go for a second timed run. So that one is obviously not going to count for Ferhat Tuncay. The lap will be deleted because, of course, that was not a legal run. Now he's going to try and make it work on this occasion. So for Ferhat Tuncay, it is time now to see whether he can put on a decent lap time. Jorgenschieler has gone back on the board so that he can complete his run. It's going to be fascinating to see what these competitors from Turkey are going to be able to provide on home soil. 50.493 to beat, of course. The time laid down by David Zaplatilek, and that is the benchmark for everybody else. In through the slalom, you can see the 2 options here via the drone. And the riders have told me that it doesn't really matter which one you choose. It is going to be very tricky to nail the lap and get it right. So it looks like caution to the winds, really, for Ferhat Tuncay, who just wanted to complete the route across the line. What's the time he's going to set? He comes through, and Ferhat Tuncay comes through with a 59.293. Meanwhile, we wait to see what Ender Jorgenschieler is going to provide as he comes across the line. What does Jorgenschieler do? A 51.286. So that's good enough for second place. 0.7 of a second away from Zaplatilek. So Zaplatilek is still the leading runner at the moment in the stockmen category. And still with the benchmark to lay down. So that is Ender Jorgenschieler and Ferhat Tuncay sorted for the time being. They have put their lap times down, and obviously they only get 2 laps of the course. So they will continue on. Well, it looks as though they're trying to get another lap in, of course, because they'll try and argue, of course, that the first one, both of them were impeded. But I believe the checkered flag was already in the air for them, so I'm not sure the third lap will actually count as a proper timed run. But the checkered is in the air again for Ferhat Tuncay. He comes through to finish off the course. Was he any quicker than 59.2 for the sake of argument? No, he wasn't. 1:03.1. So it doesn't make a difference anyway. And Ender Jorgen Schiele finishes off on a 51.286. 7/10 of a second away from Saplatilek. Now we're going to see Oliver Wolf head out onto the circuit with Stepan Šimek. The two of them will be the third running course order. And these are two riders that step up to stock in 2026 from the world of Junior Boy last year. So for Oliver Wolf, he was actually third in Junior Boy last year. Good to see him step up into the stock category. The 14-year-old from Brno, looking to make his way further forward and put on an excellent display. He certainly wants to put on a good show. And so making his debut in the stock category, although he is a very talented rider in Junior Boy last season, Oliver Wolf. He's out on the course with Stepan Šimek. And Stepan Šimek, of course, 15 years of age from Železný Brod in the Czech Republic. He wants to put his hat into the ring. He was 7th in Junior Boy last year, didn't do a full campaign, but certainly put in some good turns of events. So we'll keep an eye on those two riders as they put on a good showcase. So we've got Oliver Wolf and Stepan Šimek out on the course. Under starters' orders then for the lap. The two riders venturing forward to see what they can achieve. This is Stepan Šimek, I do believe. Rider number 311. Again, it's totally nominal. It's nothing to do with the professional rankings or anything. It's just the number they've chosen. And of course, when we go out onto the water tomorrow, they will be given the number assigned at where they start on the field. There is Stepan Šimek. So in fact, who we were looking at originally was Oliver Wolf. My apologies. Stepan Šimek is the one that wears shirt number 311. Oliver Wolf does not carry a number, but the 14-year-old for Autocentrum Vyškov Czech Talent, continuing on his way and completing the slalom. We'll see what he can do in comparison to Saplatilek. Remember, he did a 50.493 across the line. Is his first run going to be any quicker? Just off. Oliver Wolf with a 50.87, so 0.3 of a second away. Very close indeed. Can probably find more on the second run. Here comes Stepan Šimek, one of the top 10 riders in Junior Boy last year, certainly stepping things up in 2026 to the stock category. So let's see what he's able to provide on his first flying run. Certainly looking very energetic as he works his way through to the end of the slalom over the line. What's the time going to be? 51.4. Not bad. And that puts him just in behind Ender Jorgen Schiele for the time being. So there's certainly a lot more pace to come. But the riders are still learning where the best and worst parts of this course are. You can see just how tricky it is going through the slalom for Oliver Wolf. Tags out through the right, through the left, and across the line. Is this going to be quicker than a 50.8? Of course, is it going to be quicker than a 50.4? 50.472. He snatches the top spot by 21 thousandths of a second. Nothing in it between Wolf and Saplatilek, but Oliver Wolf has done enough to go top by just a whisker. Now, what about Stepan Šimek? Will he go quicker than a 51.48? That's his present best time. A second off Oliver Wolf's fastest time. So let's see how he'll finish the run. Really leaning into the final buoy. Checkered flag in the air. Does he improve? He gets a 51.1. That puts him further forward and up into third place. 0.6 of a second away from Oliver Wolf. But Oliver Wolf is the fastest man now in the stock category. Excellent performance. And he goes quickest by 21 thousandths of a second. You can't even blink in that time. So the next two men out onto the course, it's Ringo Rimér for Sweden, who goes out onto the track along with Josef Pokora, the 16-year-old from Stalavi in the Czech Republic. So the two riders now venture out onto the course to face their demons. There is Pokora in the green shirt, easy to spot from a distance. And there is the new Husky wear rider. That is Ringo Rimér. You're going to see those colours quite a lot in 2026, part of a brand new look for the team. And the Husky wear squad looking very strong indeed for 2026. Plenty of cool outfits that you'll see amongst the riders. That is the team, of course, led by Alex Lukscheider, Apex Pilots, under the Husky wear colours. Be very cool indeed to see how they look in 2026. Off we go then to start the flying lap. So this is Ringo Rimér the Swedish rider in red. And then in green, we have Josef Pokora. So Josef Pokora and Ringo Remer try and find the fast times around the course. Not easy for Ringo Remer, still getting used to life as a full-time rider in UAM MotoSurf. Almost looked as if he bailed out of the run there. I think he has, in fact, bailed out of the run, indeed. So he's going to have to try again for the second time lap. Meanwhile, Josef Pokora has come through. What is the time going to be for Pokora? Well, it looks like he is just starting his flying run now, in fact. So I think both of them ended up skipping their first lap, and now they're going for their second. So as you can see, Ringo Remer missing the buoys to get the build-up ready for what should be his flying lap now. Here we go for Ringo Remer. 50.054, but it will not count because, of course, he missed quite a few buoys in the course. So this will be the legal run. So the number 14, Ringo Remer, still pushing on to put the Swedish flag on the top of the board. They've had reasonable success of late with Alexander Lanner and Hannes Hultberg, but it would be great to see Ringo Remer make his debut in stock and really put on a show. A wide berth around the right-hand buoy, tucks back in, around the left. Now he'll make the option to try and go for the slalom. Riders can choose whichever side they like. Both are the same length and distance, but it just comes down to the judgment of the riders. Oh, it didn't work out well there for Ringo Remer, and it's all gone wrong. All gone wrong. Now Josef Pokora has come through on a 49.9. Now if that's a legal time, which it looks like it is, he is going to stay firmly at the top spot by half a second in front of Oliver Wolf. So a good start from Pokora. What's his second time going to be? It looks like Ringo Remer has bailed out of both of his qualifying runs. Here comes Pokora over the line, and he does a 49.945. Ringo Remer's time is a 1:11.1. 48.2 for Pokora. Goodness me, he was quick that time round. But I'm afraid Ringo Remer, a mistake on his run. And we're going to see what happened to him as he came across the line last time. Ringo Remer, realizing both of his runs were not legal, charged into the first buoy, and that's why he's not going to be up at the sharp end. That's into turn one. That is a very tough corner, that first corner. It is practically a U-turn in the water. Not easy to get right. A couple of riders were telling me it's not going to be a question of who goes into the water. It's going to be a question of how many go into the water. So it could be a very challenging 3 days of racing ahead of us. Certainly in qualifying, we've already had some dramas. Now we're going to get to see another of the Turkish stars, Ali Nagis, 16 years of age. He'll be heading into the water for this one, alongside Alem Milovcic, who is flying the flag for Slovakia. The 17-year-old looking for a very solid run. Oh, that's not a good start. Straight into the water, straight into the ocean. So not a positive start then for Milovcic, I think that was, who went into the water that time. Literally going straight over to the safety team to see if he can get some help with something. So something is not quite right. A couple of riders are going to find that this is not going to be the easiest start to their season. And is that game over already for Adam Milovcic? I really hope not. And the Slovakian, who is the sole Slovakian in the field in the stock category, already having some problems, and it looks as though Adam Milovcic may already be out of it. My apologies, that is not Milovcic, that is the other rider in the field, that is Ali Nagis, I do believe. So Ali Nagis, the Turkish rider, has already come up with problems. Now he's going to get going again. So Ali Nagis, who runs as number 44, I do believe. Distinguishable by the My Club Racing colours that he wears. And he's come back to the shoreline. So problems already then for Ali Nagis in this one. And that could be him out of qualifying, of course, before he's even had a chance to run. There is Adam Milovcic, the Slovakian. Can I still do my qualifying run? Yes, you can. So Adam Milovcic will get his chance to go for it. And into the lap he goes. U-turn for the first buoy. Holds it together. It's going to be a real obstacle, that first buoy. Right, left, tough 90-degree peaks for that first part of the course. Then make your way around the next part. Oh, he's bailed out of it. I think he suddenly realized that he went the wrong side of the buoy. See, it's difficult in practice compared to qualifying, but in practice, you follow the leader ultimately. But in qualifying, you're out there alone, so it's difficult to concentrate and focus on which side of the buoy you need to go at any one given time. You obviously need to go to the right side and turn left of the red buoys, and then you need to go left side and turn right of the yellow buoys, and it's very difficult to get that right when you're in full concentration mode. So there we go, through the first buoy, right at yellow, left at red. That's the key. So as long as you get that right, you'll be able to get the fast flow. Very tricky for Mswc to stay upright. You could see how difficult it was for the Slovakian to keep the balancing act afloat. Had to get off the throttle to slow himself down and get that balance right. Again, right side of the buoy to go left, left side of the buoy to go left on the red, and then into the slalom. This is the only shot Mswc's got because the first lap was a bust. So now he's got to work his way through the slalom, and it is really tricky in this part of the water. It's also really shallow here, so you've got to be careful that you don't commit too much, because if you go into the drink, it's not that far down to the bottom of the ocean. Here we go, across the line. What's the time going to be? 52.4. That's solid for Adam Mswc. It's not quite where he wants to be, but he's put a time on the board. He's 4 seconds away from the top spot. That should put him in the middle of the field, I reckon. So sadly, we're not going to see the lap from Ali Nedgis until the end of the run. But now we are going to see from this man, Mswc, along with his teammate, Mohamed Aras Çigdem. So Aras Çigdem and Mswc flying the flag for Turkey to get out onto the course. As in comes Adam Mswc. So now all of the contenders getting themselves back onto the boards again for the two riders to head out onto the course now. It is Mswc who ventures out along with Aras Çigdem. So the two youngsters representing their nation, Aras Çigdem, 16 years of age, and Mswc, the 21-year-old. Both part of the stock category. For those who are new to the sport, this is very much you buy the board and go racing in it. You make no changes to the board whatsoever. In Elite, you're allowed to make adaptations and changes. That's our Formula 1 category, if you like. But in the stock category, you are not allowed to make any changes to the board. You just step on it and go racing, basically. So into the lap goes the number 30. That is Mswc, along with Aras Çigdem. Both riders representing the home nation here in Turkey. But very easy to make mistakes on a course like this. It's incredibly tight and twisty. And it's very hot as well. 32 degrees Celsius air temperature now. So everyone really finding it quite intoxicating in terms of temperatures. It's not going to be easy to keep the balance. They work their way forward to try and get more out of it. A very solid race battle in fluidity. Trying to go through the slalom and get a decent run to the line. So what sort of pace are we going to end up with? Mswc just getting himself dialed in, because it looks as though he's had to bail out of that lap. So too has Aras Çigdem. So we're going to go round again. Let's try for a second attempt then. So Mswc gets a 59.4, but that was an illegal run because he missed several buoys. I think it's the same for Aras Çigdem. He'll go again with a chance to try and go after the time set by Josef Pokora. 48.2 is the time to beat, ahead of Oliver Wolf, David Zaplatilek and Stepan Šimek. Currently the leading rider from Turkey is Ender Jorgen Schiele, but he did not get the run he wanted at all, and he's quite a way off the pace than he would like. So this is a chance for one of the other local stars to really put on a show. Let's see what Mswc is able to do. Keeping it nice and tidy through the slalom. Just finishing the lap is important now. And he works his way through, but he's missed several buoys again, so I'm afraid that's not going to be a legal run because he's missed several of the yellow buoys. No run for Mswc. He will be at the back. And as for Aras Çigdem, well, the 16-year-old is hoping to complete the course in a tidy run. He's so annoyed with himself. You can see physically that Aras Çigdem not happy with the run. 54.36, but he will start ahead of his countryman Aras Çigdem, who did not set a legal time. But it is no compensation at all. In fact, the time has now been deleted, so it looks as though the time was not legal either. So neither of our Turkish riders in that particular rotation, sadly, come up with legal times, so they will drop to the tail of the field. That makes their weekend so much harder now, because they will go from the back of the field in tomorrow's qualifying heats. Always difficult, but qualifying is so much more different to racing, because when you're in qualifying, you're out there on your own, you're still in the process of learning the course. It's easy when you're following somebody, but when you're out there on your own, keeping that rhythm and flow is very difficult. So on to the next pairing, and it's another pair of Turkish competitors. We've got Kuzey Altug and Alp Alhat. Kuzey Altug, the 16-year-old, venturing out onto the course along with his countryman, the 17-year-old Alp Alhat. There is Alp Alhat, who runs number 45, as you can see on the shirt. Kuzey Altug runs the number 34, although he's not wearing his shirt for this run. So getting himself into the mix again. And the two riders trying to dial in and get close to the time set by Josef Pokora. Only 8 riders have actually set legal times at the moment, so only 8 times on the board. But Josef Pokora, with a lot more confidence than some of the others out there, has been able to put it onto a 48.2. Off we go then for Alp Alhat, for Kuzey Altug. Kuzey Altug goes on to the run first and foremost. Really attacking the buoys on his first part of the run. But already working hard. Now that yellow buoy to the side, you only take that if you're going on the long lap, and we only do that in race trim, so we will not be doing that in qualifying. So don't worry about a missed buoy for Kuzey Altug. He's not done that yet. Still keeping it nice and tidy, nice and clean. Goes to the outer perimeter, up to the slalom, chooses which side. He goes left on this occasion. Not many riders have done that in qualifying, interestingly, so clearly Kuzey Altug feeling what works for him in terms of balance. But look how tight it is as they run through to the end of the lap. Final 2 corners, tempting to go straight for the line, but you really... Oh, in the final turn! In the final turn, Kuzey Altug. It was looking so balanced and poised, but just in the final left-hand buoy, it was enough to kick him out. That is so agonizingly close to the line. He's now going to have to try and go for another top run, but he's right in front of the finish line. So let's have a look at how he did it. Just out of the slalom, it was that first buoy, the yellow one. That's where it really kicked him sideways. Then he realized he needed to get across, but it just kicked him out. The whitewash lifted the left side of the board, and into the drink he went. Disaster for Kuzey Altug. It was looking so confident up to that point. So now Kuzey Altug goes in for his second flying run, as Alp Alhat does not get a legal time. And so now they're going to be fairly nose to tail. For Alp Alhat, that's going to be a disadvantage. Running in the white water of the rider in front is actually a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of pure pace. But that's where Alp Alhat has decided to follow the leader, as it were. He's got to hope that there's no mistake that comes from Kuzey Altug. But the 16-year-old really attacking these buoys with confidence. Full rotation on the U-turn. Up to the slalom, and this time he opts to go right rather than left. So Kuzey Altug trying a different tactic, clearly finding that the left side of the slalom put him slightly out of kilter. So now he attacks the buoys from the right side. Final 2 buoys, right, left, keep it upright. That's better across the line. Will it be better than a 48.2? On this occasion, it's a 54.3. So that puts Kuzey Altug into 7th position for the moment. What about Alp Alhat? He comes through the slalom to finish things off. And where is Alp Alhat going to be? Final exit of the slalom, he's bailed out. So Alp Alhat now trying to finish things off. So difficult for some of these riders who are still learning the sport. So he'll come across the line. It won't be as competitive a time, but it will be a legal time. 1:17.83. That puts him towards the tail. But for now, at least, that's 2 Turkish riders with times on the board. So just finishing your run is certainly going to put you ahead of the riders who didn't. Now we've got 2 of the slightly senior statesmen of the sport. You can be a master once you get to the age of 40, but until then, you are still putting on a good show in the stock category, and we've got 2 very talented riders here. We've got Maxim Gavranov, the 37, and the man on your screen, the Japanese rider, Suguru Ikeda from Kanagawa in Japan. So the riders getting themselves ready to go. There is Maxim Gavrinov, dialing himself up, ready for the onslaught. Across the line and into the lap goes Maxim Gavrinov. So Gavrinov trying to work his way further forward along with Suguru Ikeda. There is Gavrinov, running shirt number 28. He used to ride with number 103. Through to turn 4, the Buey coming well for him. Here's Suguru Ikeda, getting himself dialed in, ready for the run. Confident stance into the first Buey. Sets the tone for the rest of the lap, and that was very smooth indeed from the Japanese powerhouse. 38 years of age, racing for Jet Surf Japan. Always the kind of contender that you want to keep an eye on. Suguru Ikeda always seems to find excellence from somewhere, and Maxim Gavrinov goes in. What a shame for Gavrinov. Was looking confident up to that point, but then in the slalom, it all fell away. Now, is Suguru Ikeda going to be impeded by that? Very feisty through the U-turn. Now into the slalom. He really is attacking these Bueys. This is awesome from Suguru Ikeda. Left. Out of the Bueys again and back onto the main part of the slalom. He will go out of the final turn across the line. Suguru Ikeda attacking every apex. Has he done a fast time? 49.9. He's up to second. He's got one more lap as well. So Suguru Ikeda really starting to put on a show now. And the Japanese rider really finding these apexes. This could be a really strong challenge. Just got to keep attacking, keep digging. Always going to be feisty in the first part of the run, but Suguru Ikeda always seems to find something magic. Now into the slalom. He goes right side for this part of the slalom. Attacking every Buey, full of aggression. He really wants this time. He's just got to find a little bit more within himself. Final Buey, keep it upright. This is a really strong time for Suguru Ikeda. What's it going to be? 48.8, not bad at all. Second place, 0.6 of a second away from Josef Pokora. So a good start to proceedings then. Very strong start to proceedings. Very good effort from Suguru Ikeda. What about Maxim Gavrinov? His first lap was a slow one, albeit a legal one. Because when he fell off the board, he decided to just go back onto it again and finish the run. Now he can get a competitive time down. So let's see what Gavrinov can do on the second rotation. He decided to get out of the way and let Suguru Ikeda finish his run. So now he's got to try and put on a show. Out of the slalom he will go. Attacks the right side Bueys. So let's see if this is going to be good enough for a top time. Certainly exits the slalom in good stead. Final Buey across the line. How's he going to manage? What is the time? It's a 51.4. That's admirable from Gavrinov. Just in behind Ender Jorgen Schiele then. So that puts him 7th at the moment in front of the talented man from Slovakia, Adam Milovcik. And in front of Kuzi Altug and Ferhat Tungtay. So firmly into the top 10 from Maxim Gavrinov. That'll certainly do for the moment. We now get 2 more. And now the names are getting bigger and bigger in the stock category. Adam Kolar is going to head out onto the circuit. There is Adam Kolar. And behind him, we have the man from Kuwait, Fares Ramadan. Real star turn in the stock category. Very talented man, the 18-year-old from Al Jraa in Kuwait. Always a tough contender and definitely looking for his first title in MotoSurf. He was a jet ski racer prior to that. Now he's got a chance to really work his form. My apologies, it was Hassan Bouabas, I believe, his countryman, who was in jet skis before. No, my apologies, it was Fares Ramadan. I was right the first time. La Cucinera for Adam Kolar, the team that puts him into the fast run. And there is the Water Sports Club Kuwait rider, Fares Ramadan. 18 years of age, still with so much to do in this sport. He's literally just baby steps in the opening run of his career. So a 48.8 in the end for Suguru Ikeda. That puts him second quickest. But what about this man, Fares Ramadan? Once he gets into his flow, he is a very tough man to beat. Very talented racer indeed is Fares Ramadan. Expect big things from him in this session. he's certainly going to want to put on a big effort. Adam Kolar really attacking these apexes of the buoys as well. Into the slalom, he goes right. So really wanting to attack every buoy, but it's too much. Out of the first of the yellow buoys in the right-hand side. The nose dives in, and that's it for Adam Kolar's first lap. What a shame. Good sequence up to that point. Turns in, cuts across, watch him on the yellow buoy. And the board, unfortunately, collides with the buoy. He doesn't go round the buoy, he just assaults it. And unfortunately, straight into the water. He's straight back on the board, though. He wants to get it and finish off the run and then attack another one. Look at how much fluidity. Now we're seeing the real powerhouses in the stock category. And, of course, with the absence of Mike Michailidis and Anthony Squire in stock, they've both stepped up to elite for 2026. So they are going to have a very open season battle now in the stock category. Faraz Ramadan across the line. Kolar did a 45.412, apparently. Well, that's got to be Kolar's legal lap time, I think. As far as Ramadan went into the drink, it was actually Faraz Ramadan, not Kolar, that went in, so my apologies. Kolar getting a 45.412. Look at him again into the slalom, attacking, pushing. He's almost falling off the board as he bounces over the waves. Works his way out of the slalom. Final buoy across the line. Is this going to be another 45? Really edges to the line. And Adam Kolar's lap time is a 45.80. So two very competitive runs indeed there for Adam Kolar. What about Faraz Ramadan? After his fall earlier, let's see what Faraz Ramadan's going to do to finish off strong. Out of the slalom. Looks hungry. Looks competitive. Right side of the yellow. Left side of the red. And across to the line. What can Faraz Ramadan do on the times? What's his time going to be? 54.07. Not the best start to the season for Faraz Ramadan. He's certainly going to have to do some overtakes in the heats. So that certainly puts him in a tough situation. But Adam Kolar goes top spot. 45.412. And he is a real favourite for the title this year. He's got plenty of riders around him that he's going to be battling with, of course. It's a very strong start. Next up, Jan Matoska. So Jan Matoska, the 21-year-old from Ryczany in the Czech Republic for the new FG Forest Racing team. He ventures out onto the water for the first qualification run of his season, and he is joined by the 20-year-old from Sweden, Alexander Lanner. Two riders who've got a big future in this sport and who just keep getting better every time they take to the water. Jan Matoska and Alexander Lanner. Last couple of checks of those apexes for the riders. They just want to get dialed into each turn. Never easy to judge how tough those radiuses are going to be. Once you attack them, you're committed to the line that you choose. And the two riders there just getting themselves warmed up and dialed in. When they feel natural, when they feel comfortable, they will attack the finish line, and as soon as they cross the finish line, that's their first lap begun. After Matoska and Lanner, we'll have Vladimir Andel of the Czech Republic and Ismail Kaptanoglu, the top-rated rider from Turkey. Then we'll have Matthias Barvik, the reigning junior boy champion, along with Damian Kadlic. And then Jan Travnicek and Adam Janusek. And then we'll have two of the biggest names in the sport, Hassan Bouabas and Kim Down. So Jan Matoska attacks the lap for the first time. Really forcing his energy through these buoys. Really attacking each time as he comes through. This is really strong from Matoska. He's read the form book, he's studying his play, and Alexander Lanner begins his lap now as well. The Swede goes into the first buoy. He's been up at the top of the My Racing clubhouse, up at the top here with its own outdoor gym. So the riders can practice the balance, practice the weights, practice the various different elements of their fitness regime in between races. So Jan Matoska and Alexander Lanner really attacking. Across the line comes Matoska. What's the lap time going to be? 48.2. That's a good opener, but he really wants more than that. So he's 2.7 away from Adam Kolar, but he fancies more. Alexander Lanner, that was so well caught. I genuinely thought he was going in back end first, but he really caught that and saved it beautifully. So Alexander Lanner able to take that mistake, and he'll go for another run. So Alexander Lanner, what's his time? 49.2. So despite that mistake, he was only on a 49.2 as Matoska's gone into the drink. Matoska's second lap is not going to be a successful one. Matoska is going to go back to the shoreline. It's game over for him. He's got a 48.2 out of it, though, so that's good enough for second. But what can Alexander Lanner do? If he can tidy up the mistakes, he could go to provisional P2. So Alexander Lanner faces the slalom for the second time. He goes right side. Attacks the buoys on the right. Careful. It's that balancing act between fast but delicate. Out of the slalom, final two buoys. Attack it, push, push, push. Is he going to get to the line with a decent time on the board? It was a 49.2. The time this time is a 49.4. There's nothing in it really between the two runs. So Alexander Lanner goes P5, just a few tenths shy of Suguru Ikeda. And Jan Matoska's first lap was good enough for second. Unfortunately, the second lap was a DNF, but that will do for now. Let's see how Jan Matoska went in on the second buoy, on the second rotation, sorry. Kisses the yellow one. Oh, you can just see he's attacking quite brutally in these two red buoys. That's where he goes. Oh, just the angle is too acute. And he cuts in on the right-hand side. That's a real shame. Now get ready. Matthias Barvik getting himself ready for the attack. He's definitely going to be one to watch out for in 2026. Junior boy champion last year. And he is now stepping up to the big show in the stock category. We'll keep an eye on him. He's definitely going to be one to watch. In this run, we've now got Vladimir Andel and Ismail Kaptanoglu. So Vladimir Andel, the 40-year-old from Karlovy Vary in the Czech Republic, on the borderline before stepping up to Masters, but he still feels confident, Vladimir Andel, that he can be a tough rider in stock. You don't have to go into the Masters category if you don't want to, but 40 years of age is the minimum point in which you would choose to do so. If you still feel comfortable of going into stock, then the riders can choose to do so. There is Ismail Kaptanoglu, the 39-year-old from Turkey, very much a staple of the stock category over the last couple of years. He will really feel motivated racing in his home course. So let's see what Vladimir Andel and Ismail Kaptanoglu can really cook up here. Across the line for Vladimir Andel, that looked really competitive. 55.1, not a bad start for the 40-year-old. Got to remember, he's racing against riders more than 20 years his junior. So really strong and composed from Vladimir Andel. Here comes Ismail Kaptanoglu. Now he's gone left side in the slalom. As we said before, not many riders have chosen that. He just doesn't quite have the aggression and fluidity yet to really put himself into a proper race trim. But then you get riders who are actually better racers than they are qualifiers. Qualifying is all about finesse. Ismail Kaptanoglu, 54.3, so he's gone quicker than Vladimir Andel. And that certainly puts him towards the middle of the field. But what you have to remember is that qualifying is very different indeed from racing. Going head-to-head against the clock is sometimes not what riders like to do. And you can see there Vladimir Andel just pushing a little bit too far into the buoy on the second lap. Comes across the line, and he's managed to get a 56.7 the second time. So the second run, not as competitive as the first, I'm afraid. So there's no improvement on the second run. What about Ismail Kaptanoglu? He's about to complete his second time lap. We'll see what he can do. As venturing out into the water, two big names about to start their qualifying run. Matthias Barvik and Damian Kadlic, two of the best in 2025 in their respective classes. Across the line has come the 53. And what has Kaptanoglu managed? A 52.6, that's much better. Ismail Kaptanoglu gets up to a 52.6, so that puts him just on the outskirts of the top 10. And in a field of 28, you really do want to get as much out of these times as possible. So now we're going to get two really strong riders in this one. The 21-year-old from Tanvald, Damian Kadlic, really becoming a bit of a household name in this sport over the years. And he's going up against the new boy for FG Forest Racing, this new team. The 14-year-old from Svrteca. Junior Boy Champion 2025, Matthias Barvik, was so strong last year in Junior Boy, was already prepared for the stock racing category midway through the season. Here he is, Matthias Barvik. It's a big leap to go from Junior Boy to stock, but he's prepared and he's ready. We'll see what he can do in his first qualifying session of 2026. So Matthias Barvik dialing in and setting himself up. First time out for the new FG Forest Racing team. They only launched a couple of weeks ago. And they've definitely come with some big names and some strong powerhouses. Let's see what Barvik does at the end of the lap. This is competitive. Is he going to be anywhere near the 45.4 of Adam Kolar? What has he managed? 46.9. That's very good from Matthias Barvik. That's already put him into second place. So Matthias Barvik is already P2 on a 46.9. Now what about Damian Kadlec? He's going to come through, really attacking the final two buoys of the lap. So Damian Kadlec across the line. What's he going to get? It's a 47.0. These two are both really pushing that time of Adam Kolar's. They want to get to the top spot. And this is going to be really tight between Damian Kadlec and Matthias Barvik. Kadlec really pushing, and down goes Matthias Barvik. At the end of the second lap, Matthias Barvik just a little too eager. So he stays on a 46.9. That's good enough for second, though. But what about Damian Kadlec? Can he find a few more tenths into the slalom for the second and final time? So across comes Kadlec. Goes right side of the buoys on the slalom. He's got to really attack these final two, but it's the two toughest corners on the circuit. Across the line, it looks quick. Can he get anywhere near a 45? It's a 46.0. That is so much closer to the top spot as Damian Kadlec goes second, 0.6 of a second away from Kolar. Here's Matthias Barvik going in. Eek, he's already out of shape, manages to catch it, then gets back in for the next corner, and he's just taken the nose too far into the wave, and it's washed him away. Such a slim margin of error, but fair play to him. He is third thus far in his first Stockman qualification. And there are just 4 riders to go in the stock category. 5 if Ali Nagis gets a chance to go again. 2 more top names. Jan Travnicek makes his way out onto the circuit. The 38-year-old from Spezov. Big contender in this category. And he goes out with Adam Januszek, the 22-year-old Apex pilot from Brno. This is going to be a fascinating challenge for Adam Januszek. This is the year when he doesn't just want to pick up numbers, he wants to pick up win after win after win and go for the title. He's got a great chance to do it in 2026. He's full of confidence, he just needs to keep up the good work thus far. And he's certainly looking strong for it at the moment. Into the lap then. Go the 2 men, Jan Travnicek and Adam Januszek. Travnicek is the first one to attack the course. 2-1-1, Adam Travnicek. Really hungry. Left side, right side, little bit of a correction needed, but it's okay for the moment. Still looking good to attack. Across the line now comes Adam Januszek. That's the 74, the Apex pilot. So here's Travnicek. Left side slalom, he does not choose. He chooses the right side slalom. Keeps it motivated and high on the board. Out of the slalom, final 2 apexes. This is really tricky to get right, but he's very aggressive as he comes through. What is the time going to be? 46.9. That's a great opener for Travnicek. Really looking good. There's more time to find, though, and he knows it. He's only 4th for the moment. What about Januszek? Januszek is right on the ragged edge through the slalom. Really kicking it. Final couple of apexes, last few buoys, and across the line, what can he do with his first time run? 45.6. He's right in there with Adam Kolar. So Januszek is only 0.2 of a second away. He could get the pole position here. You really want the inside line for the first run to the buoys in tomorrow's first qualifying heat. That's what pole position means here. The fastest time gives you the inside line. And Jan Travnicek really pushing hard. The 38-year-old from Spezov. What can he do as he crosses the line? Travnicek, 46.5. Not bad. So Travnicek is fourth, just over a second away. What about this man, though? Adam Janusek. He only needs to find 0.2 of a second, and he goes top spot. Will he take on the time of Adam Kolar? Here comes Janusek. Final right-hander, final left-hander to the line. Is it enough? 45.4 to beat, 45.9 is the time. It's not quite enough on the second lap. Good effort from Adam Janusek. He goes second, just under a quarter of a second away from the top spot. Very good effort indeed from Adam Janusek. But it's not quite enough to topple Adam Kolar, the 15-year-old from Le Cucinanera team from Brno in the Czech Republic. That's also motor racing country, of course. They have the MotoGP circuit there. But now time for the last two. And you could argue the big two. This is going to be quite the challenge. And it's hard to know who's going to get the best of it. Hassan Bouabas and our legend of the sport, Kim Down of Korea. The only man in the field that races two classes. He races Masters and Stock. So this is going to be fascinating. What can Hassan Bouabas and Kim Down do against the might of Adam Kolar? 45.412 to beat. Time's looking pretty close to the mark at the moment. Across the line there to start the lap. Kim Down of Korea. There he is. Finger in the air, getting himself ready. There's Hassan Bouabas. Let's see what the number 42, Hassan Bouabas, can do about these times to beat. Kim Down, 42 years of age, the Korean, from Seoul, the capital city, along with Hassan Bouabas, the 29-year-old from the Q8C Sport Club. Let's see what these two legends of the sport can do. This is going to be really interesting to see what they can do to dial in a decent run. So here we go. Hassan Bouabas is on the attack. Across the line, and he starts his first of two flying runs. Here goes Hassan Bouabas. First corner, really attacks the buoy. And Kim Down, the Korean, will go into the lap two. Hassan Bouabas will be the first one to take the course. And he really is charging. Really competitive athlete is Hassan Bouabas. He has the nimbility of a teenager. Impressive considering he's 29 years of age, one of the senior statesmen of stock, but he is so competitive. Takes the U-turn into the slalom very well. Right side of the slalom. Digs deep. Looks for the charge. Still really hungry for a decent run. Hassan Bouabas going strong. I think Kim Down has actually bailed out of his first lap. But Hassan Bouabas is going to come to the line. What is the time going to be? Is it anywhere near a 45.4 for Hassan Bouabas? 47.3. It's a good opener, but he wants to find some more pace than that. That's currently only good enough for P6. Kim Down with his hand in the air. So the first lap is a bust for Kim Down. What about the second? He's now going to attack and go for it. Here goes Kim Down. So the Korean really charging into it now. In fact, I think it might be his first flying lap. It looks like it took him a lap and a half to dial in. So he just wanted to be sure everything was going according to plan. There is Kim Down, now attacking the buoys for the first time, not the second time. Here is Hassan Bouabas, finishing off the slalom on the second lap. Comes out of the final two buoys. He looks a little bit more aggressive this time over the line. Is it better than a 47.3? It is, 47.1. But it's only good enough for P6 at the moment. So Hassan Bouabas doesn't quite find the top five. What about Kim Down? He's on his first of two, and we know how quick he can be. In both the stock and the Masters category, he's been one of the men to beat in recent years. Across the line, what can Kim Down do as an opener? 45.7. He is already in the hunt for pole position, and he's got one more lap to try and find an extra 0.298 of a second. Kim Down is on it again. Where does this guy find his energy? The rocket racing machine, 42 years of age from Seoul, Korea, and he is just on it. Through to the left. U-turn back to the slalom. This is really quick from Kim Down. He's found his rhythm now. Right side of the slalom. Left, right, left. He is so fluid through this section. He's been one of the most stable in qualifying thus far. Final two buoys. out of the left. Is this going to be enough for the top spot? Can he beat 45.4? 45.71 again. Almost an identical time down to the thousandths. So Kim down, has to settle for third. It means that the top spot provisionally is Adam Kolar. What a great run for the 15-year-old from the Czech Republic. He is still top banana here in Čežme. Excellent work. And now it looks like we are going to get the final chance of a run from Ali Nagis, who had technical problems earlier on. So now it looks like Ali Nagis is ready to go for the time lapse. So he gets a solo run on his own. He only had one chance earlier, and he had mechanical problems. So now they've sorted those out. And so for one last crack at this, Ali Nagis is going to have an attempt to try and go for it, and he's gone in. Oh, so frustrating. He was looking confident. It was in the third corner, and the nose just went a little bit too aggressive. He tried his best to tidy it up. There's the first of the right-handers. Watch him. It's the front end of the board. It's actually sideways that he goes through, and the angle cuts across the board and ticks the board in. It drags it into the water. You can hit the board with the waves at exactly the right angle, and it can dance on the edge, or it can really kick you out. And this is pressure for Ali Nagis. He doesn't want this. He wants to be in a calm position. So the first lap is a bust. Go for the second. Let's see what Ali Nagis can do on the second run. You only get 2 laps around the course. Just finishing the lap is important here. There are so many riders who didn't manage to get a clean lap in. Just getting one clean lap in will be enough for a decent place on the grid. Oh, it's already gone wrong for Ali Nagis. He hasn't quite managed to get to the right side of the right buoys, I think. So he's already made a couple of errors. But can he make it through for a clean lap? That's going to be the key factor. He just needs to finish the buoys in a clean run. It's not going to be the top spot, but he might just be able to get to the midway point. So Ali Nagis just trying to finish this off. The 16-year-old goes into the slalom. Just finish the lap. You don't need a particularly fast time. There are so many riders who fell on both laps that you'll end up in the mid-pack just by finishing the run. Final couple of buoys for Ali Nagis. And that's it. He'll finish it clean. What's the lap time going to be? 56.8. That'll do. That's not too bad for Ali Nagis. And it puts him into 21st position of the 28. So it'll do for the time being for Ali Nagis. Not quite where he wanted to be, but certainly on the top spot. We know that the first pole position of the season goes the way of Adam Kolar. Great to see the elite women getting themselves ready for a great showcase. Lukasz Zahorski, he's a world champion. He's not a social media mogul. Well, apparently he's both. Good stuff from Lukasz Zahorski. It turns out the man is multi-talented. He's not just a world champion MotoSurf rider. He's a bit of a social media guru as well. Great to see all the fans enjoying their time on the shoreline, getting themselves ready for the next battle for qualifying out on the course. So now we get to go into the elite women. But for the moment, here's the finishing order in the stockman category. Adam Kolar from Adam Janasek came down in third position. And you can see how competitive it is all the way down. You've got to go back to 20th place, Vladimir Andel, for the field to be covered by 10 seconds. That's close. So Kadlic is fourth from Travnicek, Barvik, Boabas, Matoshka. It's very tight at the top. So many riders can make this work in their favor. 24 riders in total managing to get a competitive time on the board. 4 riders failing to. Now we get in for the elite women. 13 contenders in total. And it really is going to be a very competitive running order for the women category. The elite women, the world championship, if you like, of the women's category. And it is fantastic to see all of the contenders that we're going to have. The first rider will be out alone. And that is going to be the homegrown talent here in Turkey. That is going to be Victoria Kagetay, the 23-year-old from here in Turkey. She'll head out onto the circuit first, followed by Natalie Kastekova and Anna Burke. Then Sara Volfova and Rosalia Janora, Adela Ostrichilova and Loda Markova, Linda Lukscheider and Barbara Kodorova, and then Emma Strichelova and Sara Zuborova. Love that. Leo Lisha Kratishvili coming over and giving some support to Victoria Kagetay. Love it. Whenever we get new riders in the sport, everyone else rallies around them. It's wonderful when these guys are making their debut on the course for the first time. There is a wealth of knowledge to sap energy and wisdom from, and nobody keeps things close to their chest when there are new guys involved. Everybody is a guru. Everyone can tell everyone what it is they need to do. There is the 18-year-old from Mooresville, North Carolina. That is Anna Burke getting herself ready for the LKN Bananas, this newly branded team for 2026. Lucky Bananas. Looking forward to seeing what Anna Burke can do. She's put on an amazing showcase in her home nation, the USA. And there's plenty more to come from her. There is the 16-year-old from Koźle in Poland. That is Rosalia Janora, medalist in the World Games 2025. You're going to see a lot more from her in the years to come. She really builds up her reputation, flying the flag for Poland in the elite women's category. She could well be going for her first wins in the class in 2026. She only made her debut in elite women last year, having been a junior rider in 2024. And of course, she represented Poland along with her father Arkadiusz at Chengdu in the summer of last year. Seeing big battles to come all the way up and down the length and breadth of the field. Great to see all the riders getting themselves geared up. I think that was one of the newer contenders in the field, Laura Markova, I believe, getting herself ready to go. No introduction there for Natalie Kashlikova, the 25-year-old for Rocket Racing. Based in Brno, one of the headquarters of the sport. And of course, Natalie Kashlikova really starting to build in stature and confidence now. I was actually on the flight from Istanbul to Izmir with her yesterday. Fully motivated. She's just got back from training in Japan and looking forward to a really exciting run. Wasn't expecting to be on television quite so soon, Natalie. Don't worry, there's plenty more where that came from. It's going to be a really exciting battle for the elite women riders. They are so supportive of each other. Speaking of which, there is Eliska Maruskova to the right, multiple world champion and superstar of the sport. Always eager to give a helping hand to the competitors in the elite women. She's a tough woman to beat, but she is always very kind and very courteous with her time and her information. She's always really good at helping riders to build up their stature and stamina. But this year, a very competitive field of riders in the elite women. For the first time, we've actually split the women's category into the difference between elite and masters. There is the MotoSurf Tenzi driver, Rosalia Janora. Looking forward to a very exciting run in elite women. We have a full roster. Anna Burke, Victoria Kagatai, Rosalia Janora, Natalie Kashlikova, Barbara Kodorova, Linda Lukscheider, Laura Markova, Eliska Matuskova, Adela Ostrijalova, Aneta Shtukalova, Emma Strichalova, Sara Wolfova, and Sara Zuborova. Will be a very tough battle for the elite women's title in 2026. Eliska Matuskova was telling me, yes, I've been the champion the last 2 years, but 2026 is going to be my toughest challenge yet. She knows coming into this year that she's got a lot of hard work to do, the 18-year-old from Jelava. Already a two-time world champion at the age of 18, but there's so much to do when you've got ever-improving riders all around you all the time. And so it's definitely going to be a tough competition in the elite women category in 2026. We've got the Masters women riders coming up as well later on. Jennifer Beckman, Bihan Koyen Banar, Anjin Lee, Tukce Leventoglu, and Ekaterina Vengarova. They'll take on the Masters women later. But for the first run in elite women, it is time for Victoria Tagatai, the Turk, 23 years of age. She's going to have a very tough mission out on her own on the water. There's always a lot of pressure on riders in qualifying when they go onto the course alone. When you've got someone else out there with you, it kind of takes the pressure off a little bit. But for Victoria Kagatai, her first time in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship for Turkey, this is going to be a real test of her composure. And so we'll see what she's capable of for the My Racing team as she ventures out into the water for the first qualifying session of the 2026 season for elite women here in the My 35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey here in Çeşme, in the beautiful backdrop of Çeşme, this beautiful venue. The other elite riders getting themselves ready. It'll be Natalie Kashnikova and Anna Burke that go onto the water after Victoria Kagatai. We obviously know that it was 45 seconds for the stock riding top spot. In elite women, we're probably looking at similar pace, to be fair. That's certainly what Eliska Matuskova will want to come up with, but Victoria Kagatai is going to find it difficult to get to the same level. Just completing the course is the first task, and then being competitive after that is obviously the next mission. So she's just getting herself warmed up and dialed in. You just ride the board, warm it up, get the engine running to temp, and then once you feel confident and calm, you can attack the finish line and go around the course. So the field of Poles, Slovaks, Czechs, and Victoria Kagatai, along with the American Anna Burke. Busy challenge. Here we go for Victoria Kagatai. This is her time to go to battle, and it is going to be difficult. She knows that going in. No illusions about the challenge that faces her. So Victoria Kagatai really wanting a good start to her first campaign in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. Just staying upright is the first big task for the Turkish rider. Good effort so far. No need to get into hot water just yet. Just keeping it dialed in and keeping the tempo up. Very good start. But it looks as though she's just wanting to get the course finished off. You can be smooth first, fast later. But it's important to get a decent lap time on the board because you have no idea whether you're going to get the chance to get another one in there. Oh! Unfortunately on this occasion, just a little bit too aggressive into the slalom. And unfortunately, the board overtakes Victoria. That's where it happened. Just clips the entry to the slalom. And that round buoy was enough to upset her, unfortunately. And so Victoria Kagatai finds the water on the first flying lap. Easily done, especially when you're under that kind of pressure. Let's look again from the other angle. That's a heavy buoy. Ugh, just unsettles the board, and it starts to go a little bit further forward than Victoria Kagatai. So she misses the buoys. There's no point continuing on that particular time run on the course. She can set herself up for the second run. So a DNF on the first time lap. That's okay for Victoria Kagatai. She can go for the second one. Just be smooth. You don't need to be fast yet. Just be smooth. Just dial in. Important to stay upright. Everyone falls down. It's just about how quickly you get up again. And Victoria Kagatai flying the flag for Turkey in the elite women category. Really wants to have a decent run of it. It's going to be an interesting challenge for her as she follows in to the U-turn, out of the left buoy and then onto the slalom. This is where it all went wrong on the first lap. Get it right this time. That's better. Goes right side. Left. Right. Tucks in. Oh, so easy to lose the balance. And I'm afraid her first run in the Elite Women category 2026 just goes wrong on both laps. What a shame for Victoria Kagatai. First buoy was okay. She'd already taken too wide a trajectory. That's where it went wrong. She went for a U-turn rather than the wrong course. She suddenly realized what she'd done, tried to correct it, but unfortunately the board was already unsettled. And so for Victoria Kagatai, it's game over. What a shame. She'll be back in the races, of course, and races are very different from the qualifying heats. So now we'll get to see what happens next. There's two more riders take to the water. Natalie Kashnikova, the 25-year-old from Brno, alongside the 18-year-old from Mooresville, North Carolina, the banana, Anna Burke. So Victoria Kagatai makes her way back to the shoreline. She'll be disappointed with that, but she'll be able to get it back together again in the races tomorrow. Still plenty of time for some decent results. I've seen many a rider get it wrong in qualifying and get it right in the races. So now it's time for Kashnikova versus Burke. Rocket Racing versus LKN Bananas. Czech Republic versus the United States. And two very talented riders here, Natalie Kashnikova and Anna Burke. They have definitely had a very busy 6 months in preparation for this opener of the World Championship. And Natalie Kashnikova certainly wanting to gets straight into the far end of the course, wanting to be very up-tempo from the outset. And certainly in last year's competition in elite women, it was always going to be very competitive. Natalie Kashlikova making not her debut at this level, but she only competed in the first round at the UAE last year. Whereas Anna Burke, well, she was there 3 times out of 5 last season. She was there in Turkey, Italy, and Croatia. And of course, she represented the United States in the World Games 2025. So it'll be fascinating to see how Kashlikova and Burke deal with the onslaught of this very tough course. They will obviously go first and second on the board if they can finish their timed runs. But the big question is going to be, how fast? Here comes Anna Burke, really putting on the showcase. Anna Burke, of course, comes from a very tough school of racing out in America under the tutelage of some incredible riders, including Anthony Squire, who, of course, steps up to elite as the vice champion in stock last year. So, great tutelage. Here comes Natalie Kashlikova. This is her year where she really wants to put on a good show. 52.91, good start. It's a good banker to get the ball rolling for Natalie Kashlikova. What can Anna Burke do while she's out on the course? Here is Anna Burke, 18 years of age, from the United States of America, Mooresville in North Carolina. Everyone watching back home will be very happy with her progress so far in the Nationals out in America, but in the World Championship, that's where she really wants to make a name for herself. Acquitted herself well in her debut in the World Games last year, having only just turned 17 at the time. So now Anna Burke going for the elite women's world title in 2026, across the line to finish her first time run. Just keeps it nice and balanced for the first lap of the course, a 1:04. Plenty still to do. But Natalie Kashlikova really attacking these buoys across the line. It was better than a 52, I think. As Kashlikova across the line, 52.3. Good run from the Rocket Racing rider. So Natalie Kashlikova throws down the gauntlet to everybody else. There is Anna Burke. So let's see what the 18-year-old can do. For the newly formed LKN Bananas team, 52.35 is the time to beat set by Natalie Kashlikova. I think Anna Burke just wanted a banker run on the time first of all, and then she's going to get quicker from there. Certainly attacking the slalom with a lot more fluidity the second lap around. So easy to get things wrong in the middle of the slalom when you're trying to build a rhythm. So Anna Burke gets a good exit from the slalom. Tidy it up on the exit. That's nice from Anna Burke. Should finish in under a minute this time. What's she done? The lap time is good enough for... We'll wait for the update. As she comes through across the line, it's taking a little bit of time for the lap time to update on this occasion. As Anna Burke and Natalie Kashlikova retreat back to the shoreline, and they are replaced on the course now by Sara Volfova and Rosalia Janora. We're waiting for Anna Burke's second time to update. Not entirely sure where it was pitched, but it looked to me like it was less than 60 seconds around the course for the second lap. Once we get the time, we'll be able to indicate where Anna Burke lies in the state of play, but certainly for the moment, looking good for Natalie Kashlikova. 52.35 is the time to beat for everybody else. And now time for Sara Volfova, the 20-year-old for Autozentrum Vyškov, based out of Brno. And then, of course, alongside her in the mix is going to be Rosalia Janora, 16 years of age, from Kozice, Poland, the only Polish rider in the elite women's category. Won a medal in last year's World Games. Did a fantastic job there as well, representing Poland alongside her father, Arkadiusz Janora, who's in the Masters category. And Rosalia Janora, one of the youngest riders in the field. Definitely a real star of the future. She's got elite women's world champion written all over her. But whether that's in 2026 or not remains to be seen. There's Sara Volfova. Very talented contender is Sara Volfova, really stepping up the plate in 2026. 20 years of age. Had some good pace last year, but it's consistency that she really wants to build on for 2026. The only round of the championship she missed last year was in the UAE, the first round, and came away with 14th in the championship. Rosalia Janora was just quicker than her in the rankings in the end. But the battles are definitely going to be intense from the outset for both Sara Volfova and Rosalia Janora. Waiting for the update on Anna Burke's second time. It hasn't come through yet, so I would assume then that the second lap is not official yet. Out of the slalom then it comes Sara Valfova. Let's see what she does as she crosses the line. Is it quicker than a 52.3? It's a 55.8 for the moment. So that's good enough for P2. Here's Rosalia Janora. Gosh, she's so good at getting that low grip in the water and yet just controls the body weight. So strong on the exit of these apexes. She's got a big future ahead of her, Rosalia Janora. Across the line, 55.8. Is now a 52.3, sorry, 52.3 for Rosalia Janora. So she goes top by 39 thousandths of a second, and I think there's more to do. So Rosalia Janora gets to the top spot, 52.31. But I think the second lap could be quicker than the first. Oh, out of sorts for Sara Valfova, and she knows it. That's a shame. Big mistake in the slalom on the second rotation. And that means that we're not going to see a faster time from Sara Valfova this time round. The mistake comes, she'll be furious with herself, but she's done a clean lap in the end anyway. 59.1, she lost a lot of time in the second slalom, but here's Janora. She attacks every single buoy with that same confidence and versatility that she showed us at Chengdu in the World Games. Across the line, quicker than a 52.3. Yes, 50.7 from Rosalia Janora. That lays down the gauntlet for every other competitor in elite women. And how about that, 50.7 for Rosalia Janora. She has come into 2026 as a woman on a mission. Linda Lukscheider getting herself ready for the next run on the course. She'll be sharing the course with Barbara Kolarova. But for run number 4, we have two very talented racers from the Czech Republic. Adela Ostrichalova for the AD team from Horní Mostanice in the Czech Republic. 20 years of age, Adela Ostrichalova. Alongside Laura Markova for Rocket Racing from Radvanice, the 17-year-old. Big opportunities for Laura Markova. There is Adela Ostrichalova. And there is the 89, Laura Markova, getting herself ready for her 2 laps around the course. 50.7 to beat. Some big opportunities now from these riders. They are working very hard indeed to make more fluidity out of these runs. Ostrichalova going for broke. So Ostrichalova pushing hard on the first flying lap and going well, Ostrichalova, for the AD team. Looking hungry for success. She was really confident in the practice session earlier. But Adela Ostrichalova being caught now and chased down by this fantastic racer, Laura Markova for Rocket Racing. 2026 should be a bit of a benchmark year for her as far as she's concerned. She was in the top 10 of the championship last year. She only missed the season finale in Macau and still ended up in the top 10 of the points. So that tells you a lot about her confidence. So too was this lady, Adela Ostrichalova. She was in the top 10 last year. So expect them both to be challenging. 48.8. Straight up into the 48s for Adela Ostrichalova. No waiting around. Big lap from Adela Ostrichalova. And what about Laura Markova? Can she go any quicker on the first flying lap? She really is attacking the buoys with full of gusto and confidence. Little bit of a kick there in the first of the right-handers, but manages to tidy it up on the exit and still maintain and carry the speed through. Final buoy across the line. 48.8 is what we're looking for Markova. 48.9, there's nothing in it. 85 thousandths of a second between the two times thus far. But Adela Ostrichalova is looking very hungry on the exit of the slalom on the second lap. This looks even better than the first. She exits the slalom, right, left, kicks out. This is really quick. Across the line comes Ostrichalova. What's the time? 48.9. It's almost identical to the time set by Laura Markova. Nothing in it, but Adela Ostrichalova is quickest unless Laura Markova can find a little bit more in this second run through the slalom. She attacks, tidies it up. It looks loose, but she picks it up. She drops the jigsaw pieces on the floor, but manages to catch them in a relatively good order across the line. What can Laura Markova do? Is it quicker? Yes, it is! Laura Markova, 48.661. Great run. So Laura Markova attacks and goes to the top spot. Great work, good effort. Laura Markova was 9th in the elite women's category last year. Now you're about to see the women who were 8th and, well, in 8th last year was Linda Lukscheider, and she's going out on the course with Barbara Kolarova, the woman who was top 5 in the championship last year. So this is going to be fascinating. Barbara Kolarova on the 14 for La Cucina Nera, and Linda Lukscheider for the Twin C team, 19 years of age, from Rozhdžić. So Linda Lukscheider looking very strong in 2026. She's been helping her mother Marina to set up jet surf academies across the Middle East. Sadly, their efforts have been rather paused by what's been going on out in the Gulf of late. And they're hoping to set up a jet surf academy again in this part of the world very soon. As much as they love racing, they also enjoy bringing new people into the sport. If you want to get involved, then definitely get in touch with Marina and Linda Lukscheider. They will happily get you training and get you out there going racing. But the 19-year-old from the Czech Republic, Linda Lukscheider, attacks the course. Ready to see what she can do in 2026. By her own admission, 2025 was a bit of a tough year. It didn't quite go the way she wanted it to. But there's a blank sheet of paper in 2026. She can go for it all over again. Oh, but straight in. That wave really caught her out at the wrong angle. Not where she was hoping to go. As across the line goes Barbara Kolarova. What's she done in terms of her first run? So Barbara Kolarova really attacking things now in the number 14 for La Cucina Nera, the team that continues to make decent progress. Linda Lukscheider has come off the course just to give a little bit of space to Barbara Kolarova. She'll get back into it for her second lap. We're going to see what happened again to Linda Lukscheider. Now watch the wave as she comes through the right-hander. It just kicks her at the wrong angle. So easy to get wrong. And unfortunately, she just couldn't attack it at the right angle until it was too late. So out comes Kolarova. Final right-hander, final left-hander, kicks out of the buoy to the line. This looks really aggressive from Kolarova. What was it? 48.6 to beat, 47.6, already a second clear. Great start from Kolarova. Lukscheider will have another go. She just wants to get herself dialed in after the fall. So here goes Linda Lukscheider into the second lap. The first one is a bust. She knows that, but she'll attack again for the second. But Barbara Kolarova is hunting down the top spot. And 47.6 is now the time to beat. She can beat her own time, of course, on the second rotation. Right at the slalom. Left. Attacks these apexes with such confidence. Pure aggression for Linda Lukscheider as she gets back onto the warpath as well. But what about Kolarova at the line? She's going to want to get that little bit extra. 47.6 for Kolarova is the time for her to beat. She'll come through. Linda Lukscheider goes into the slalom for the last time. And we wait for the time from Barbara Kolarova, 56.4, so she bailed out. That's fine. She already had a 47.6 in her pocket. What about Linda Lukscheider? Last buoy. This is better from Lukscheider. What can she do? The time comes through. And it's a 50.384. That puts her solidly on the board. That puts her fourth, just in behind Adela Ostratilova. So Lukscheider will cope with that one and move forward with the next run. Just 2 runs to go. And now we're really getting into the big players, some of the big hitters in elite women. Emma Strichalova, 17 years of age from Slovakia, alongside her countrywoman, Sara Zuborova. Remember how strong she was a couple of years ago in Junior Girl, where she was starting to prove to be a real fighting force in 2025. And Sara Zuborova, 3rd in the championship last year. Definitely the kind of racer you do not want to psych out. Sara Zuborova, a great debut last season in the elite category. And the Motoshop Zubor rider from Kostiviarska, now looking to see if this can be a bit of a victorious year. In her maiden season as a senior, she was 4th last season. Sorry, 3rd last season, I should say. It was Emma Strichalova who was in 4th in last year's rankings. The 17-year-old from Lucinec. So now they work their way through. So into the course goes Emma Strichalova. And there is the yellow and red shirt of Sara Zuborova. Definitely one to keep an eye on this season. She was third last year. She really wants to go for broke and go for the big time in 2026. So across the line goes Emma Sturčelová, 48.5, right up there. The yellow and red shirt of Emma Sturčelová pushing hard. There is Sara Zuborova, looking to try and find that little bit extra. Through the slalom comes Sara Zuborova. Into the exit of the slalom, final beauty, and this looks really quick. Is this going to be in the 47s for Sara Zuborova straight out of the blocks? It's a 46! My goodness! 46.88 for Sara Zuborova. That is huge! Sara Zuborova right up to the sharp end. Magic from Sara Zuborova. And that is pole position provisionally by 7/10. So immediately, Aneta Štukalova and Eliska Matušková are going to be looking at that time and figuring out, right, we've got to find something to beat that, because Emma Sturčelová has beaten her best time, but it's a 48.4. So Emma Sturčelová only good enough to go third on this occasion. Can't quite get the run on Barbara Kolarova. But Sara Zuborova has gone 46.881. Here comes across the line. Sara Zuborova, is it any quicker? 46.8 to beat, 45.8. My goodness, Sara Zuborova is matching the peak riders in stock. Fantastic. Sara Zuborova absolutely launches to the top spot, 1.7 clear of Barbara Kolarova. And now we get to see the two powerhouses of last year, Aneta Štukalova and Eliska Matušková, arguably the two best women in the world right now. The vice champion and the world champion to the water together for the first time in 2026. They are great rivals, but they are also great friends. And these two just love to race each other, beauty for beauty. The 21-year-old from Pukov, Aneta Štukalova for Matek Racing. Alongside her in the beauties, it is the two-time world champion Eliska Matušková, the gold medalist in Chengdu in the World Games. 18 years of age from Jihlava, the Rocket Racing MP sports rider. She's a huge McLaren Formula One team fan, and she would love to go and hang out with them during one of the race weekends. We keep pushing her for it. So hopefully the guys at McLaren will take note. But you're looking at a two-time world champion and a gold medalist in the World Games 2025, Eliska Matušková. So now the riders get themselves dialed in for another push for the top spot. The time to beat, Sara Zuborova, 45.89. That is huge. So is there going to be a big time to come from either Aneta Štukalova or Eliska Matušková? The two top riders in elite women right now, and they're going for it. Here we go. The first big charge forward for Aneta Štukalova. Let's see what she can do. There is Aneta Štukalova, really pushing these beauties in the first run, attacking with prowess. She really is charging and doing a fantastic job at really eating into these beauties. But here comes the world champion. Here is Eliska Matušková. Hungry for success again in 2026. She could become a triple world champion this season, but she knows that it's very early days in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. Here comes Štukalova in the slalom, and she really is aggressive through these beauties. She's attacking with full commitment. Getting it nice and planted out of the turn. Is that going to be quick enough for a 45 for the first lap? It's a 48.0. That's a good banker. It's a good starting point, and it's good enough to put Štukalova into third already. But she's got to try and take on the times of both Sara Zuborova and Barbara Kolarova. This is going to be tough, even for someone of the stature of Aneta Štukalova. Here comes Eliska Matušková. Final beauty. Is there going to be a 45-second time here? 45.3. She's still the queen of the water. Absolutely extraordinary from Eliska Matušková. First flying lap, and she is still the queen of MotoSurf. 45.3. That is a massive opening time from Eliska Matušková. Stunning run. So what can Aneta Štukalova do? Aneta Štukalova in this slalom for the last time out of the final run. Is that going to be a 45? It looks pretty quick. 47.3 for Aneta Štukalova. That's good enough for third. Eliska Maruskova doesn't need to finish her last lap. 45.35. She gets the top spot by half a second, but will she go quicker still? She looks even more strong out of the final buoys across the line. 45.3 to beat. 45.7. It's not good enough to beat her own time, but that lap alone would have been good enough to go quicker than Sada Zubarova. A pair of fast laps from Eliska, and the world champion remains on top in the elite women's category. You cannot knock a champion when they are on top form, and Eliska Maruskova is still the queen of MotoSurf for now. Fabulous ride from Eliska Maruskova. She is just on top form. But now we know that the big threat from this year might not come from Aneta Stukalova. It could well come from Sada Zubarova. Matuskova, Zubarova, Stukalova. Then Korodova, Struchalova and Markova. From Ostrichalova, Luke Scheider, Yanora and Kashnikova. From Sada Volfova, Anna Burke. And then at the back, it is Victoria Kagatai. Great start to the weekend thus far then from Eliska Maruskova. She takes the victory in the qualifying runs. But of course, tomorrow, racing is going to be a very different matter altogether. But certainly the two-time world champion, Eliska Maruskova, remains on the top spot. And it really is going to be very difficult to deny her, given her current form. So now we go into the Masters women category, new category for 2026. And we're going to see some great talents. Leonjin, Vengarova, Leventoglu, as well as Koyunpina and Beckman. So we start the Masters category with many people's favourite rider in the sport. Not just in the class, but my goodness me, she has had such an incredible journey and such an incredible path to get to this point. If you thought there was any rider in the world who had obstacles to overcome, well, what about Eunjin Lee, the Korean rider from just outside Seoul? She comes into the Masters women category as the only rider here, I think, who is frightened of water. And yet, she's a MotoSurf racer. Talk about lunacy. Thy name is Eunjin Lee, but we love her for it, and she just bashes through her own barriers like they're biscuits for breakfast. We've also got Ekaterina Remgorova, along with Tukce Leventoglu, the Turkish rider. And then we'll have another of the local stars, Bihan Koyunpina, along with the German talent, Jennifer Beckman. And we've got to keep an eye out for Jennifer, because she is already a top competitor, represented her nation in the World Games. There is Natalie Kashnikova, getting herself ready for the race battles tomorrow. Jennifer Beckman flying the flag for Deutschland. Raced with Sebastian Lux in the World Games last year in Chengdu to fly the flag for Germany. And they are very hungry for more success in 2026. Aneta Stukalova, it's back to the drawing board for her. I don't think she was expecting to be quite so far from the pace as she was. So it's going to be an interesting one to go back to the drawing board and figure out what happens this coming weekend. She had a lot of issues with injury last year, Aneta Stukalova, so she's had to fight her way back to prowess and full fitness again in 2026. But Sada Zubarova really is getting that gap to the leaders down. It's not going to be too long until Sada Zubarova makes a big impact. The riders getting themselves geared up and ready. The two Turkish competitors in the Masters women, Tukce Leventoglu and Bihan Koyunpina. We need to watch out for them, as the 35-year-old Tukce Leventoglu and the 37-year-old Bihan Koyunpina fly the flag for Turkey in the first ever Masters women competition. The first time that we've ever split the women category into elite and Masters, just the way that we do with the men's categories. So great to see these top-level riders really starting to up the ante and up the tempo. 5 competitors in Masters women for the first event. Several riders not able to be here, sadly. The likes of the Belgian Laurine Tellin-Depré. We hope to see her back again in the paddock. Elisabetta Faitova would have been racing in 2026, but she is giving birth to a baby later this year. So congratulations, Elisabetta. We hope to see you back in the paddock very soon indeed. Dinara Ibrahimova, of course, we would love to see her racing again. I initially thought she would be here for the first round of the championship, but hopefully we'll get her back out onto the course again in due course. And the most recent talented ladies of the Masters contingency who qualify for the Masters from Asia of course, we'd like to see them part of the paddock again. Park In-hee of Korea, Yoon Jun of China, and Miki Tori of Japan. We hope to see them back in the course very soon indeed. So for now, it's time for the elite women to get everything dialed in and packed away again, ready for the racing tomorrow. And for the Masters women, it's a new dawn of a new era. We get to go racing at the top level of the Masters women category for the first time. So for the Apex Pilots team, it is the very talented 38-year-old from Seoul, Korea, Lee Eun-jin, who will head out onto the course first, along with Ekaterina Vengerova and Tuğçe Leventoglu. And then we'll have Bihan Koyun-Pina and Jennifer Beckman, who will join in for the last rotation. So the elite women just going to work to clean up the boards, ready for tomorrow's races. To the right is Anna Burke. And to the left side, that is Barbara Kolarova. My, is she going to be a big challenger for the title in 2026? Just 15 years of age. And of course, Barbara Kolarova comes to the championship, the elite women, fresh out of the junior girl last season. So definitely one to keep an eye on. The year before that, I should say, my apologies. So it's definitely going to be an exciting challenge for them as they continue to move their way further forward. So a lot of the riders that return to the action in the junior girl from last year in the top flight, they stay in 2026. We'll see them out a little bit later on, of course. But there's still a long way to go in the competition. We've got the competitors in Masters Women out next. Then we will have, after that qualification run, we will have the challenge from the Masters Men. Then the juniors, girls and boys, and then we'll have the elite men's category as well. Busy day of qualification here in the My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey, the first round of the 2026 UIM MotoSurf World Championship from Çeşme in Turkey. So the riders limbering up in the Masters Women category, and it's a new class, a new dawn. Good to see everybody really limbering up for another exciting season of UAM MotoSurf racing. And as the Masters Women gear up, it should be a very exciting challenge for all of the contenders, and we're going to see some really solid battles from our ladies riders. Good to see everybody battling away for more exciting challenges and more great banter and badinage on the course. And so all of the riders limbering up for what promises to be the first race of a new era of the sport. We've had the women before, but never before have we had the Masters Women. So it'll be great to see this new category hopefully grow and expand. Riders are over the age of 30 in the Women's Masters category. But they can, of course, take the option of racing in the elite if they choose to do so. These 5 women for the first round of the championship have all elected to go into the Masters. And we'll see some good opportunities for some great race battles between them. But there is no secret in the fact that the 3 riders that are the favourites for this competition are going to be Jennifer Beckman of Germany, Lee Eun-jin of Korea, and Ekaterina Vengerova of Russia, who will be in the favoured positions. We've got 2 local stars, Bihan Koyun-Pina and Tuğçe Leventoglu, who will take to the water for the first time in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship rankings. So everybody getting themselves ready for their first assault on the course. There is Bihan Koyun-Pina. Looking forward to her run, which is going to be the 3rd of the runs in qualifying. But the first one is going to be that of the Korean talent. A very star turn from Eun-jin Lee. And so with the riders getting themselves geared up and ready then for the first Masters Women qualifying session in history. The 2026 UAE MotoSurf World Championship introducing this new class. And it just makes things a little bit more even for the riders who are over the age of 30 to have their own competition. And out onto the water first is going to be an athlete who hates water. How does that work? The 38-year-old from Seoul, Korea, who is everybody's favorite personality in the paddock. She is the lifeblood and the spirit of UAE MotoSurf. She really is. And Lee Yeon-jun ready to showcase her skills again in 2026. She was a top 3 competitor in the MSWC in Italy a couple of years ago. She took a race victory in the women's category in the Asian Championship as well. So stepping up to the plate in the World Championship was always going to be a mammoth task. And last year she was actually in the top 10 overall in the elite category, which is very impressive when you consider that as just outside the top 10, in fact, she was 11th in the championship. But when you consider that she was riding against competitors who were more than 20 years her junior, very impressive that she stays at this incredible peak of physical fitness. And she really does put a lot into herself. She had a lot of injuries over the last 2 years, but she still got to represent her nation in the World Games alongside the legendary Kim Down for South Korea last season in Chengdu in China. And she is a very proud member of the paddock here. Loves being part of the sport, loves being part of the category. And every time she takes to the water, she smashes through her own barriers. So the provisional pole sitters already, Adam Kolar and Eliska Mariskova. There is Eliska Mariskova coming over to wish Lee Yeon-jun good luck for her timed qualifying session. There will be just 3 runners, 3 sessions, I should say, for the Masters women, because we have 5 competitors. Yeon-jun Lee will go alone, and then we'll have Ekaterina Vengerova and Turkoglu going out together for their run, and then we'll have Biancoin Pinar and Jennifer Beckman on the course alone for theirs. But it's certainly going to be a competitive run. I don't think this is going to be clear-cut and dominant in Masters women. You've still got to do the hard work, and on a course that is very tough, very tricky, and very treacherous. Always going to be very tricky to see how things going.
Abi haze var havada.
So as everybody gets themselves geared up for another part of the battle ahead, it's going to be really exciting to see everyone enjoying a new challenge and a new opportunity to see the racing at the Masters women level. Always good to see more opportunities for women to compete at the top level of athletic sport, and considering that the top time from Eliska Mariskova was within fractions of a second of the top time set in stock, it shows you just how even and close the competition is at this top level. But the partisan passion of the racers and the clubbers in Turkey here for Biancoin Pinar and Turkoglu is really inspiring. Great opportunities for both riders to really put on a show and fly the flag for Turkey. They'll be going for an overall podium this weekend. And if the Turkish flag can be in the top 3 in the Masters women category, that would be a huge achievement. But of course, they've got the might of the German Jennifer Beckman, the AIN rider Ekaterina Vengerova, and of course the Korean Lee Yeon-jun, who will try and put a thorn in the works. Slight pause in proceedings, just waiting for the all clear that the Masters women will get underway again. But of course, as far as the timing schedule is concerned, we have enough for the remaining categories still to go. The Masters women getting underway in 6 minutes time. Masters men will get underway at 3:40 local time, the juniors at 5 p.m. local time, and then the elite men, all 8 of them, charging for the top spot. They will be the fastest times of the weekend at 5:30 p.m. So Lee Yeon-jun getting under starters orders for the Masters women in 5 minutes time. It's already been a very exciting day at the races. If you're just joining us, you've already had some very exciting battles across the competitions in the previous two categories. In the stock category, it was a fantastic run to the top spot for Adam Kolar in the stock category, the talented 15-year-old for the La Cucinera team, the 15-year-old from Brno in the Czech Republic, going fastest of all in the stock category. Very impressive considering that it wasn't that long ago that Adam Kolar was a junior boy fighting for the 2024 title. And now here he is in the stock category as a top-level superstar, right up at the sharp end, getting pole position in the first race of 2026. Then we had the women's category in the elite class. They managed to get the top spot in qualifying done, and that was Eliska Matuskova, 45.3 seconds around the course. Very strong times indeed then for Eliska Matuskova, who proved that in 2026 she is still the woman to beat in the elite women's category. Now we go into a new era. Masters women, as off onto the water goes the 38-year-old from Seoul. It is Lee Eun-jin. So Lee Eun-jin takes to the water in Masters Women for the first time in 2026, looking good for a chance to go for the top spot. She really wants to win races with her whole heart in 2026. Would you believe that she has a bit of a phobia of water? It's just an incredible story. She works in radio in her day-to-day. She's a producer and does a lot of content production back home in Seoul. But what an amazing character, and we all love her in this particular sport. She seems to be the mother goose, the mother hen of everybody in the paddock. She always has young riders under her arm, coaching and kind of getting new talent into the sport. She's always trying to increase her fitness. She's dealt with a lot of injury woes in the last 18 months. But here in Turkey, she is picking up the pieces and going for it again in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship 2026, and she wants to be winning straight out of the blocks. She doesn't want to do second places. She doesn't want to do third places. She's right in this to win, and she knows that it's going to be a tough task right out of the blocks here in Turkey. It's a very tough course. She was already talking her way around how difficult it's going to be from each buoy. So Lee Eun-jin goes to the left side of the slalom. Interesting choice. Not many have chosen to do that in qualifying. Of course, in the races, it all comes down to instinct, but she's already got good feel. Her times could well be comparable with that of the elite women. Don't forget that she was very competitive last season. 45.3 from Eliska Matuskova in the elite women's. What did Lee Eun-jin do for her first competitive time? We're going to wait till the time updates. So far, it hasn't. I'd quite like to see what happens when it does update, because at the moment, Lee Eun-jin is not showing as having set a time. But we saw her complete the course. Now she's going for it on a second lap. Did she miss a buoy? I wonder if that's why her time isn't coming up on the board. Well, it's certainly looking like a cleaner second lap. She wants to get it done, finish things strong. She doesn't want to have to fight her way back. She wants a competitive time out of the blocks. Again, goes left on the slalom, seems to have good fluidity. Out of the slalom, final two buoys, attacks everything with every gusto, right to the end. She almost came off in the final corner, but Lee Eun-jin, 49.10. That's going to be hard for the others to beat. 49.10, that's comparable to the leading times in elite women. So Lee Eun-jin throws down the gauntlet for her competitors, and I'm not sure that'll be beaten in the Masters Women category. It's certainly going to be a tough one. As out onto the course will go Ekaterina Vengerova and Tuğçe Leventoglu. So there comes Lee Eun-jin back into the shoreline. Happy with her form, 49.1. She can be very happy indeed with that. It looks like we're going to get a Korean at the top spot of Masters Women, at least for the time being. So Ekaterina Vengerova and Tuğçe Leventoglu now take to the water. Are we going to see a Turkish rider top spot? That's a lot to ask of the very talented Tuğçe Leventoglu. But of course, that's what we're all here to do. We're here to push and see if we can find a little bit more pace. Tuğçe Leventoglu, 35 years of age. Looking to put on a good showcase here on her home water. So let's see if this is going to be a competitive one. Watch out as well for Ekaterina Vengerova. She really wants to find a little bit more pace than she had in practice earlier. So this could be a big mission for her. So the 5.18, Ekaterina Vengerova, independent runner. Love the flamboyance of the helmet as well, with those with that purple Mohican on the top of her helmet. She's missed a couple of the beauties though on her first flying lap, so I think she's going to have to go around again and try for a second attempt. So that's unfortunate for Ekaterina Vengerova. And here comes Tuksha Leventoğlu going into the lap for the first time. So she's got to try and attack each buoy with renewed vigor and confidence for the My Racing team. And we'll see what she's capable of doing. But of course, it was always going to be a tall order in this first Masters qualifying session of the 2026 season. A lot of these riders still getting up to speed with the category. Ekaterina Vengerova obviously had a bit of a short shift season last year, did not compete in the World Championships in 2025, sorry. So Ekaterina Vengerova was watching on the sidelines. So that obviously puts you on the back foot when you've got a lot of work to do. I'm surprised this year that we haven't had a return for Melody Kaptanoglu. She competed in Turkey last season, came up with a decent result, but not in 2026 by the look of things. So that's rather unfortunate. Hopefully we'll get to see her again in future competitions. And into the water goes Tuksha Leventoğlu. Easily done, as we all know, on a course which is this tight and this difficult in terms of the radius of the corners. So for Tuksha Leventoğlu, it goes wrong on this occasion. She manages to rise back on the board once more. So hopefully it'll be a much more competitive run, but it looks as though Ekaterina Vengerova has also struggled to get a lap time on the board, and Vengerova is going to pull out. There's a replay of what happened to Leventoğlu. Oh, the board's gone too far in and she just sinks. So it's all well and good when the board is rising on the top. And I'm afraid Ekaterina Vengerova has pulled out of her second run as well. Tuksha Leventoğlu is going to pull out too. So the qualifying session does not go according to plan for either Ekaterina Vengerova or for Tuksha Leventoğlu, who actually completes her lap time in 2 minutes. And now for the last two in the Masters women category, it's going to be Bihan Koyunpınar and Jennifer Beckman of Germany. So we'll see what these two riders can cook up in their qualifying runs, but so far so good for Leonjun, who looks pretty confident of a front start position in the Masters category. And we'll see if Jennifer Beckman can get close. She did represent Germany in the World Games last year, so she does come from strong pedigree. Shared that accolade with Sebastian Lux, who you will see out in the Masters just after this. The Masters men category, I should say. We're in the Masters women at the moment. So now it's time to see the last two competitors. Bihan Koyunpınar, the 37-year-old from Turkey, and Jennifer Beckman from Germany, who will now get her chance to go out onto the course at the top flight and see if she can put it in the front two positions at least. She'll certainly be wanting to take on Leonjun's time of a 49.10. So now the time set by Tuksha Leventoğlu has been deleted as well. So it looks as though Vengerova and Leventoğlu will go from the back. But again, it all comes down to what Bihan Koyunpınar and Jennifer Beckman can do on their qualifying runs. If I were them, I would just complete a clean lap, because you never know whether it's going to put you. At worst, for Jennifer Beckman, it's going to be third for MotoSurf Racing Team Germany. And she's certainly started things off in the best possible fashion this morning in practice. Certainly got things together nice and tidily. And there is Bihan Koyunpınar for the My Racing team. Looking good on her home event to push her way further forward and hopefully come up with the goods to get a decent starting position. The 37-year-old wanting to showcase her skills. And we'll see what Bihan Koyunpınar can do here in the time qualifying session. Time to beat 49.106 set by the Korean Leonjun. So we'll see what kind of performance comes the way. Jennifer Beckman just trying to dial herself in as Bihan Kuyen Pinar is just taking it one beauty at a time. You don't need to rush the progress here. You just need to keep it nice and tidy. Well, Jennifer Beckman, I think, has bailed out of her first flying lap, and now she's going to come straight at this to go for a flying lap for the second. So forget the first lap. That's a bust. Now she's going to go for the second. So Jennifer Beckman for Germany goes in for the time run. And there comes Bihan Kuyen Pinar. So Kuyen Pinar going for the time run herself. She goes around the slalom. Let's do it. Let's go. So Bihan Kuyen Pinar, a 1 minute 12.617. Good enough for second at the moment. And that's because neither of the riders in the second rotation were able to set legal times. So Bihan Kuyen Pinar certainly looking good for second at the moment. But what will happen for Jennifer Beckman? Out of the U-turn of the slalom. Anything under a minute will put her second. So into the slalom for the second and final time for Jennifer Beckman. This time she'll work her way through the buoys. Just a little bit too wide a rotation there to be settled. Just a little bit too much pace in the middle of the slalom, but she manages to gather it up across the line. This should be good for P2. Across the line goes Jennifer Beckman, and it's a 60.753 second lap. And that was her first, so she can come up with another one. Here's Bihan Kuyen Pinar. She'll come through to finish the lap. Is this going to be a steady one where she's still learning the course? Oh, it all went wrong there. So for Bihan Kuyen Pinar, it's all gone wrong. She doesn't get a lap time in either. So Bihan Kuyen Pinar has the same fate as Tuksha Leventoglu and Ekaterina Vengerova. Her time will not count, sadly. So Jennifer Beckman, unless she can find 11 seconds in this second rotation, is going to be second, ahead of Bihan Kuyen Pinar, Tuksha Leventoglu and Ekaterina Vengerova. So Jennifer Beckman out of the slalom, so nearly in the drink, manages to gather it up as she exits the slalom. Brings it all together, tucks out through the hairpin rotation and across the line. How has Jennifer Beckman done? 59.0, that will secure second place. But Lian Jin is pole position in the Masters Women after qualifying with a 49.106. Easy run in the end then for Lian Jin, and it all goes according to plan. Bihan Kuyen Pinar has been given the opportunity to get a final qualifying run in with 2 DNFs. So will this one go according to plan? No, it won't. That's a shame for Bihan Kuyen Pinar, but she'll be back to go racing tomorrow in the hope that things will be better. It's very different when you go out for a solo run in qualifying compared to what you can do in the grand scheme of things. Now, this is another chance for Tuksha Leventoglu, I believe. So Tuksha Leventoglu has come back out onto the course, and they've allowed her the chance to go for a second run. Because obviously things went very badly wrong in her first qualifying attempt, but certainly at the moment it looks pretty good for Lian Jin, who is ahead of Jennifer Beckman, and then all of the other competitors out there have ended up not getting a time on the board. Bihan Kuyen Pinar, Ekaterina Vengerova, and this competitor, Tuksha Leventoglu, 35 years of age for the My Racing team from Turkey. And just wanting to settle in and get a decent lap time on the board. So hopefully that will all go according to plan. And we'll see how it all goes for this second attempt at the qualifying run. Everybody trying to put things according to plan into the final section of the qualifying session for Tuksha Leventoglu. Hoping to get it tidied up and finished off strong. Takes a very wide trajectory out of the buoys. Still learning, that's the thing. It's really difficult to get this right when you're a novice and you're still learning the sport. So where is Leventoglu going? He's gone to the far side. He's taking a much wider berth of each of the buoys. I think that's just to give herself the chance to finish off the course cleanly. Comes up to the slalom, goes right side. This is so difficult when you're new. You've got to take such a wide berth, because riders, when they get good at this, when they get confident and when they can go fast, you can make a much more clear-cut run through the slalom. It's not easy to get right. And I would certainly not criticize any of the riders at this level when you consider I have absolutely no experience of this at all. They are doing such a better job than I would have done. Off the final turn, across the line. Is that going to be sub 60 for Limatoglu? Not quite, 1:24.7, but that will put her third on the grid. Although it has been deemed to be an illegal lap, so the time is taken away. So that's it for the Masters women. It will be Lee Engine, fastest time from Jennifer Beckman, second. And then we'll have Kuyunpina, Limatoglu and Vengerova behind them. Now we're getting ourselves ready for the Masters. The riders over 40 years of age. There are 27 of them in the list. So this is going to be seriously competitive stuff. As the Masters men get ready for their next encounter, the first qualifying session of 2026. So the Masters men are scheduled to get underway in 5 minutes' time. And there is the result. Lee Eun-jin, 9.9 clear of Jennifer Beckman. The other three unable to get times on the board, so they will be placed alongside them. But for Lee Eun-jin, it's a great start for the Korean as she looks for a victory in the first round of the MotoSurf World Championship in the all-new Masters Women category. Now we have 29 riders in total for the Masters category. The competitors are to your right side of the screen, and we're going to see some amazing riders from all across the globe getting involved in this one. So many top talents. It's great to see some returning faces, but it's difficult to predict. We've got some idea as to who's likely to be competitive at the sharp end. Keep an eye on the likes of Jano Vankersbilk, the Pojnik brothers, Arkadia Zinora, Kim Down, Mark Andrews of Canada, Jaime Hincache of Chile. Very difficult to know who's going to have the best of this, but that just gives us plenty to get excited about. And so to the water for the first run. Fuji Teruhito, the Japanese rider. He will start the ball rolling and give us a lot of excitement at the start of this new 2026 season. Expect the unexpected. That tends to be the way things are in this sport. And certainly for the Japanese rider, Fuji Teruhito, 51 years of age, taking to the water for the first time in 2026. It's going to be him that lays down the gauntlet for everybody else. If you're lapping in under 50 seconds, you are quick. That's the way that the message has currently been relayed to us from the first few sessions. So anybody who can lap the course in under 50 seconds in any category is ridiculously quick. So the Japanese rider Fuji Teruhito getting himself dialed in and ready. Always a lot of scrutiny on the rider that goes out alone in time qualifying. Normally they go 2 by 2, but when you've got an odd number of riders in the entry list, there's always going to be the first rider that goes out alone. And that always puts a lot of pressure, I think, on the rider that's out there on their own, because they know they've got all eyes on them. But certainly the Japanese rider Fuji Teruhito looking to start things off in a confident stance right away. So for those who were watching last year and want a reminder, and to those who were not watching last year, the Masters category was very busy in 2025. 44 riders taking part in the MotoSurf World Championships. The champion in the Masters category last year, the Korean Kim Down, who expected anything less than that in 2025, but he had a lot of pressure all the way from Arkadia Zinora, the Pole, along with David and Peter Pojnik, and Jano Vankersbilk, who had a tough season and was rather unwell for a couple of rounds in the championship and still managed to fight his way for some decent points. But we've got a lot of great riders returning in 2026. The likes of Peter Faltusek, Jiri Blaha, Jiri Stovacek, Murat Yongachila, Efe Gersoy, Roman Lichel Kratishvili, Stanislav Genichkin, Radak Lushka, Michael Lula and Sebastian Lux are all back from last year. So all the top 15 riders have returned for 2026, along with the likes of Andy Young, Pavel Matoska, who we'll see later on in the season, sadly not here for the first round of the championship. But Ted Burke, the American, Jaime Hincache, the Chilean, And we've also got some top challengers making their way back, like Jo Chung from Korea, Jiri Rena from the Czech Republic, and Abraham Tibor, the Hungarian. They've all returned, along with Osman Erus. We're going to see a replay now of what happened there to Fuji Teruhito on his first timed run in the slalom. Eager, but a little bit too fluid in the second of the apexes of the right side slalom, and it just kicks him wide. And sometimes that can be enough. And so as Fuji Teruhito gets himself ready for his second flying lap run, hopefully this one is going to be a cleaner one, and we know already from the 3 previous groups that if you're within 50 seconds of the lap, then you're going to be particularly fast around here. But it is never a guarantee of how fast you can actually be. Always very difficult to predict who's going to have the best of it. Certainly for Fuji Teruhito, though, the Japanese rider certainly wants to get on with things in a strong run. Through the slalom, right side for Fuji Teruhito. Keeps it nice and tidy, just finish off the last 2 buoys. That's really strong from Teruhito to finish off. And let's see what the lap time is as he puts it on the banker. Across the line and finishes the lap. So Fuji Teruhito, a 61.795. That lays down the gauntlet for the Masters. We'll definitely see riders going quicker than that over the course of the session. But a good start for the Japanese rider, Fuji Teruhito. And as I always stress, qualifying is very different from racing in this sport. When you're out there on your own trying to set a decent lap time, it's completely different from when you're racing buoy to buoy. So out onto the circuit go the next 2 riders. Looking for another big challenge forward in the Masters men category. Next 2 out, Georgi Mudretsov and Ivan Matušek. So Georgi Mudretsov, the 39-year-old, working his way onto the course for the first time in 2026 in the Masters category. And he will be out there on the course trying to acquit himself with a decent timed lap. Alongside him in the mix for this one, Ivan Matušek, the 49-year-old for MP Sports from Žilaven in the Czech Republic. Next month we'll obviously be racing in Prague in Czechia, which is the birthplace of MotoSurf. So you're going to see a very busy entry for the second round of UAM MotoSurf World Championship 2026 in the Czech Republic. That's going to be fascinating to see how the riders cope with it all. But just look at the course here in Çeşme in Turkey. About a 45-minute drive away from Izmir Airport, and in turn a 45-minute flight from there to Istanbul in Turkey. Fabulous part of the world this, and such a passionate community for life on the water. And for Georgi Mudretsov, it is now time to see what he can do in relation to Fuji Teruhito. 1 minute 1.795 to beat. And when you consider that these guys are certainly not the youngest men in the paddock, it is a fabulous, fabulous battle that these guys put in to be competitive week in, week out. Georgi Mudretsov is actually the youngest man in the entire field. Sorry, the second youngest man, I should say, in the entire field for Masters. Because in the year you turn 40, you are eligible to compete in the Masters category. So for Georgi Mudretsov, who gets into the course along with Ivan Matušek, we'll see what kind of times they are able to put in. Just keep it nice and tidy, balance it. Not very easy to ride these things at the best of times, never mind when it's a particularly tight and tricky course. And quite shallow as well. Here comes Mudretsov over the line. And he does a 1 minute 9.956. So not as quick as Fuji Teruhito. Here is Ivan Matušek. He was going quickly there. I have a feeling that might be quicker than Teruhito. It is 50.923 straight out of the blocks from Ivan Matušek. That's going to take some time to beat, I think, for the other riders. So Ivan Matušek certainly starting things off in a confident stance. and already flirting with a time in under 50 seconds. We've already mentioned that if you can lap this course in under 50 seconds, you are doing a spectacular job. And so already, some good effort there from Ivan Matušek. Georgi Mudretsov, 39 years of age, looking to finish the course in a good position. But unfortunately, for Ivan Matušek, he gets to the slalom, almost catching Mudretsov up, and he nearly loses it by going left side in the slalom. He had his hand in the air as if to say, come on, the guy's too slow. I shouldn't be out here with him. But look, you've got to go 2 by 2. Here comes Matušek. He comes across the line. What's the time going to be? Is it still quicker? He did get a 50.9. It is quicker, 50.4. So Ivan Matušek increases his lead yet further as Georgi Mudretsov gets the time down to a 1 minute 5.108. Good effort. But now the man to beat is Ivan Matušek. 50.456, the fastest time thus far. Now time to put 2 more men in the water. First of all, it is Nikita Antonov, the 41-year-old from Rehavam Zavi in Israel. And out onto the water he will go along with Jo Chung, or Chung Tsa-wai, the 44-year-old from Macau. Great to see him back in the UAM MotoSurf full-time, as he is here for the first event of the World Championship. And for Jo Chung, this is a good opportunity to showcase that he is not just a one-trick pony. Sadly, Macau is not going to be part of the MotoSurf World Championship calendar in 2026, as it was in the previous 2 years. We will be traveling to China twice, with events later on in the season in November in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship calendar, where we end up in Jinhua and Shenzhen in consecutive weeks. But it's certainly going to be exciting for all of us to experience the speed and the pace of this course again, as Nikita Antonov and Jo Chung go out onto the water together. Getting himself dialed in. Time to beat now is a 50.456 for Ivan Matušek. So now the riders are being coaxed to go for the time lap. The beautiful clear blue water of the beautiful bay in Çeşme here in Turkey. A real showcase for what these guys are going to experience over the next 2 days of racing. So off we go to starters' orders. And into the mix we go then. First out, there's Nikita Antonov. Antonov just getting himself dialed in and up to pace. So it is a big charge forward already for the 41-year-old. Well, that is sadly not Georgi Mudretsov. That is actually Nikita Antonov from Rehavam Zavi, of a 41-year-old from Israel, getting himself up to pace. And the other contender in the mix, there he is, Jo Chung, or Chung Tsa-wai, as he goes into the lap now, the 44-year-old from Macau for the iRacing squad. It'll be interesting to see what he's able to put in terms of pace and pressure on this run as well. So there is Nikita Antonov. Antonov and Jo Chung, both looking to find some pace as they come through at the end of the first time lap. It's going to be round the final buoy for Nikita Antonov. What can he do in relation to Ivan Matušek? 50.45 to beat. What's he come up with on the goods for the first time run? Nikita Antonov, 1 minute flat, 0.067. That puts him into second in front of Fujitaro Hito. What about Jo Chung, the Macanese rider, coming out of the slalom? Exits the right path. All going good. Those final 2 buoys that are so difficult to get right. Out of the turn and back across the line for Jo Chung. What's the time going to be? Is it quicker than a minute flat? It is. 58.4 for Jo Chung. He is second place now. So Nikita Antonov needs to find a minimum of 1.7 seconds to get back into second place. And he's struggling a little bit here in the slalom. So Nikita Antonov doing his best. But it's not easy at the moment. You've got to try and find those pathways through the slalom and try and get as close to the inside radius as possible. Checkered flag is in the air. What can Nikita Antonov do? Is it quicker than a 1 minute 0.06? It certainly looks like it could be quicker as Jo Chung, loses it in the slalom as Antonov gets a 59.4. So Antonov does go quicker by 0.6 of a second, but he's not going to beat Joe Chung, and Joe Chung's not going to beat his best time either. That is the worst kind of fall in the slalom. Watch this. It kicks out, he tries to correct and overbalance, and bang, in he goes, back first. That's the worst kind of chuck off. The transfer of the weight distribution upsets him, kicks him back as he tries to stand up, and he just goes foot overhead. Difficult end to the session then for Joe Chung, but for the moment, he is still second place. So a good effort then from Nikita Antonov and Joe Chung. They go second and third respectfully. Next two out on the course are going to be Vladimir Mashlenikov along with Osman Arus. So Vladimir Mashlenikov will make his way to the water. Here he comes, along with the Turkish rider Osman Arus. So Mashlenikov returns to the water. UAM MotoSurf 2025 was a reasonably good year for Vladimir Mashlenikov. He only competed 3 times in the season in total, in the UAE, in Italy, and in Croatia. And there goes Sedat Erus into the water once again. So Osman Sedat Erus of the My Racing team, he's been really excited to be here. He loves this sport and giving 110% to it. But Osman Sedat Erus, the 45-year-old from Istanbul for the My Racing team, ready to go to battle here at Çeşme. There he goes, up onto the board. So Osman Sedat Erus, ready to go into battle. And check out the t-shirt, 007. At least for one day, we've got the spirit of James Bond. So for this weekend, Osman Sedat Erus is the Turkish James Bond. He carries the 007. And the My Racing rider, 45 years of age, looking hungry for success. So Vlad Mashlenikov, he had a mixed season last year, as we mentioned. Only 3 out of the 5 events that were held. There are due to be 7 events this year, so the championship is growing all the time. But certainly out of the blocks for Vladimir Mashlenikov, looking to get a decent time out on the board nice and early. The time to beat, as we know, 50.456 for Vladimir Mashlenikov for the hard racing team. Carries the number 849, the 66-year-old from Moscow. Great competitor, great member of our community, has been for a few years now. And Vladimir Mashlenikov really improving on his pace. As far as I'm aware, he is actually the oldest contender in the field. He is indeed. Osman Sedat Erus, 45 from Istanbul for the My Racing team. Good to see him working his magic here in Turkey and continuing to make strides further forward. Let's see what he's able to produce as he comes through the slalom. Finishes off the course nice and tidy, and we'll come through the last 2 buoys at the end of that slalom run. It's just delicacy and accuracy that Vladimir Mashlenikov is trying to go for at the moment, because accuracy buys you a seat at the table, even if it's not a particularly quick lap, and there are riders who will push hard and fall twice, so you want to get a time down on the board at least to bank something. So Mashlenikov, well, it looks as though on this occasion the lap time was not a legal one, so his time has not been recorded. Here comes Sedat Erus Osman. Osman Sedat Erus, I should say. Across the line comes Erus. And let's see what the time was good enough for. Also not registered as a legal time then, so a couple of buoys missed for both riders. So they've got to get it right the second time around. So we'll see what everybody's capable of as they continue to make the progress. But obviously, at this moment in time, not easy to judge who's going to get the most of it. And Osman Erus just trying to tidy things up now. Out of the slalom and back to the final 2 buoys. He looks a little bit more settled on the board now as he comes through for the checkered flag. What can Vladimir Mashlenikov do to finish off? What is the time good enough for? 1 minute 1.9. That's reasonably good. But it's all going to be about the local star across the line. Oh, that was close. Almost missed the gate. But he comes through to finish off the lap. And Osman Sedat Erus goes second. 55.6. Not bad for the Turkish rider. Finishes off very calmly and very neatly indeed there, 55.6. So, for the moment at least, we have a Turkish rider in the top 2 places in the Masters category. Osman Sedat Erus comes through for a 55.6. Mashlenikov goes across the timing line on a 25.5. That is not physically possible, so Vladimir Mashlenikov's time is going to be deleted. So Ivan Matušek has the top spot, 50.4 for the time being. So now for the next 2 riders, it is going to be Andrei Atanasov and Abraham Tibor. Andrei Atanasov for Sofia Extreme, the 42-year-old from Bulgaria, from the nation's capital of Sofia. And also in him with the mix is the Hungarian rider Abraham Tibor for Intertrim Garage KFT, the 42-year-old from Budapest. The fans enjoying the local stars coming back to the shoreline. Got a big turnout of fans for this one here in Turkey. Andrei Atanasov for Sofia Extreme, the Bulgarian, getting himself ready for another exciting bout. And so we get ourselves dialed in for a big push from Andrei Atanasov, along with Abraham Tibor, the 42-year-old for Hungary. There is Abraham Tibor, getting himself ready for a push to try and get a decent lap time on the board. There he is, the Hungarian. So Abraham Tibor really wants this to be a competitive season in 2026. He was racing, of course, many times in the 2025 campaign. He managed to compete in all 3 of the last 3, Italy, Croatia and Macau, with consistent solid points finishes. Andrei Atanasov, by comparison, the Bulgarian rider, had an interesting 2025 that was plagued by a little bit too much work and not enough racing as far as he's concerned. He raced in the UAE in Fujairah, he raced in Croatia and also in Macau. So like Abraham Tibor, he raced 3 times out of 5 last season, hoping for as many rounds of the championship as possible. Atanasov's first lap was a bust, unfortunately, so he's now got to go around again. As for Abraham Tibor, just keep it clean, just keep it tidy. You never know where you're going to end up. So Atanasov's first lap time was no good. What about Abraham Tibor's? He's got to be carefully balanced in the final turn. That looks clean to me. So Abraham Tibor, the Hungarian, Ivan Matušek has a 50.456 time to beat. Tibor on a 102.7 for now. Oh, and there goes Atanasov on the second lap as well. Andrei Atanasov, no time for the Bulgarian. That is so unfortunate for Andrei Atanasov. Was looking solid in the slalom and then it just all got away from him. But this is a very tight course, and we did say that the riders were telling me it's not going to be about who goes into the water, it's about how many go in, and we have seen several. It's a tricky course to get right, this, as Abraham Tibor just decides, do you know what, just put some times down on the board. You don't have to be spectacular, you don't have to be a world record breaker, just finish the course, because others are going to fall, they're going to lose their times, and you might just get a decent starting position. Across the line, that was a little bit quicker though by Tibor. So let's see what the Hungarian has produced. Is it under 60 seconds? It is, 56.0 for Abraham Tibor. That's better. Third position for him. He's just in behind Erus. So Osman Sedat Erus. Here's a replay of Andrei Atanasov going off. Just a little bit too much nose in the water in the second slalom. And that's enough for Atanasov. A shame for him, but currently still the top time in the men's masters category is Ivan Matušek. 50.45, 5 seconds clear of Osman Sedat Erus, the 45-year-old from Istanbul, who is currently in P2 of the Masters times. But the more riders that come forward, the more the competition is going to increase. So welcome the next 2 Masters into the arena. For the Czech Republic, of which of course there are many, Jiří Renner, 46 years of age from Lebem. And also with him on this occasion is the very talented Chilean, Jaime Hincache. For Jet Surf Orlando, the 41-year-old from Chile now goes into the mix once again. So expect some big performances from Jaime Hincache this season. He really wants to improve upon the form he had in 2025. He was towards the sharper end with some consistent finishes. On the occasion he did race in Macau, he was actually flirting with podium pace for the whole weekend. He scored big as well, top 5 finish in the season finale, so he certainly wants more in 2026. So he's here for a full championship charge, we hope. Here's Yuri Denner for Jet Surf Base. So let's see what he's able to cook up. The time to beat, as we know, 50.45 from Ivan Matušek. But 5 seconds is the deficit back to Osman Sedat and Abraham Tibor, the Turkish and Hungarian riders. And here's Jaime Hincache for Jet Surf Orlando. So rare to see a South American-based rider, but Jaime Hincache from Chile, definitely showcasing that there is Latin American flavor in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship. We just want more and more nations to get involved and more competitors to step up to the plate. But this is a very solid run from Yuri Denner across the line. That was pretty quick. Is that going to be quicker than Matušek? Yes, 48.4. He goes into the lead of the running by 2 seconds. So Yuri Denner takes the lead of the Masters men category for the moment. But Jaime Hincache is going quickly as well. In through the slalom. He decided to go left side. Kicks it out of the final right-hand buoy. Right, left, get the U-turn right, shaping up the exit. That was a quick exit out of the slalom as well. Is that going to be quicker still than Yuri Denner? Oh, it's not far off, 50.8. So Jaime Hincache is currently 3rd quickest, only 4/10 back from Ivan Matušek. Here's Yuri Denner, looking very confident and strong in the slalom for the 2nd time of asking. Kicks out through the right, through the left, U-turn, comes back to the line. Is this going to go even quicker than a 48.4? It looks racy. 48.5 doesn't quite beat his best time, but Yuri Denner is provisional top in the men's masters. He even gives us some airtime at the end of the lap to celebrate. But what about Jaime Hincache? Can he get a little bit more out of the board and out of himself to go ahead of Ivan Matušek? Through the slalom, last time. Pushes on for more. Looks very hungry, pushes for the line, moves his arm out, Lightning McQueen style to get a little bit more pace, and it worked, 49.6. Jaime Hincache, 49.6. He put his fist and arm out as if he was Lightning McQueen with the tongue over the finish line, and whatever it was enough. 49.6 for the Chilean Jaime Hincache, and that'll put him into P2 behind Yuri Denner. So the more competitors that come out onto the circuit, the faster we're going to get. And it's going to be quicker and quicker as the day goes on. Now we get to see 2 superstar international riders. From the United States of America, Ted Burke gets out onto the course. Great to see him in the World Championship. From Mooresville, North Carolina. We've all heard of the exploits of his daughter Anna. Well, it's Ted's turn to now get out there and put on a show. And also in the mix, Andy Young of Macau, quite clearly the most romantic man in the sport. The man proposed to his future bride on the shoreline in Macau, on the shoreline in Fujairah in 2025, the first round of the championship. His incredibly romantic gesture is the first wedding proposal I have ever commentated on. That was the early part of 2025. And there is Ted Burke. Great to see the strength and the fluidity of the American, 48 years of age from North Carolina. Ted Burke attacking every buoy. When it looks as though he's loose, he is well in control. And he and Andy Young are going to have a very competitive run to the top spot here. Yuri Denner's time is a 48.4, but Andy Young has a great chance of getting ahead of that. So Alan Young going for broke. So Ted Burke and Alan Young pushing on. United States and Macau, they want to be able to the sharp end of this field. There goes Ted Burke over the line. Is it better than 48.4? It is 47.9 from Ted Burke. He goes top for the moment in the Masters men category in his first flying lap. And if he finds another half second, he could find even more. He's bailed out. He's bailed out. He's overshot. So Ted Burke has overshot on the second lap time. He won't get a second, but he doesn't need one. 47.9 is enough. What about Alan Young? Can the young man from Macau work his way further forward? Alan Ung, the 42-year-old for the iRacing squad from Macau. Is this going to be enough to go up to the top end positions? 47.9 is what Ted Burke was able to cook up, and he doesn't get a second because he overshot. Where does Alan Ung come through? 47.9 to beat. What's his time? We wait for the completion. It's 60.68. So Alan Ung is currently 9th, but he'll want more from his second run. Ted Burke has already bailed out of his second time run. He realized in about Buoy 4 that there was no point continuing. He'd already missed his Buoy. But a 47.93 puts Ted Burke at the top. So Alan Ung is looking to find a few more seconds. 47.9 at this stage from the Masters is super competitive pace. So it is really going to be exciting to see how much more time we're going to get from these guys. Alan Ung leans forward in the board to control the kickback. Now he comes through the slalom to finish things off. It's all about rhythm and fluidity, and he's really struggling to slow down the pace of the board when he kicks out from pace. Right, left, comes back over the line, almost goes face first into the waves, across the line. What does Alan Ung come up with this time? Is it quicker than 60.68? We wait for the time. 58.8, that'll do. Not a bad run from Alan Ung. And that moves him up into 8th place along with his countryman Joe Chung. There was only 0.4 of a second between the two. So good effort from those two, but now the man on pace is from Mooresville, North Carolina, Ted Burke. Great work from the 48-year-old. Now we're getting into the business end as we get some more top-level riders to go up against the like of Ted Burke. We've got Michel Ular coming out next. Big opportunity for the 43-year-old from Novi Čicin in the Czech Republic. And alongside Michel Ular, we've got the top rider from Germany, Sebastian Lux from Bad Oeynhausen in Germany. Flew the flag for Deutschland in the World Games in Chengdu 2025. And it's great to see Sebastian Lux back in the paddock full time. So let's see what Michel Ular and Sebastian Lux can give us. Sebastian Lux for the Racing Penguins, treble 1. Will be fascinating to see what he can do up against the talented Michel Ular for the S4F Racing team. Sebastian Lux really leaning into these buoys as he puts in a massive amount of exhilaration and energy into these turns. There is Michel Ular for S4F. Now carrying Rocket Racing colours by the look of it, actually, so he may well have switched teams for this year. Michel Ular pushing hard. Looking good for more elephant pace. Careful! Sebastian Lux! He tried so hard to save that. You could see him physically fighting the board, and he was actually furious as he went down. He actually slammed his hands into the waves. He was so angry. He almost caught that. But it just doesn't quite go according to plan for Sebastian Lux. So now Michel Ular just trying to keep the balance and the poise and the control. You can see the white water where Sebastian Lux has just gone through. Always slow to follow in the whitewash of the rider in front because the water is oxidized. It's slower to cut through. What about Michel Ular? What is the time? 50.22. Good start from Michel Ular. That's P4 for the moment. But on his second run, he could come up with more. Sebastian Lux has already fallen on his first run, so that's timed, has been taken away as a DNF. So now it's down to Michel Ular and Sebastian Lux. We're going to see the replay of Lux. Cuts through. You can see where he's losing the grip. He tries to catch it, and then he just slams his hands on the waves. He was so angry with himself. Let's see it again from another angle. Takes it through, goes into the water, the board is halfway in, he tries to wrestle, and he gets angry with himself and just slaps his hands on the top of the wave. He looks so much smoother this time though. Sebastian Lux across the line. Is that going to be good enough to beat Michel Ular, who did a 50.228? 47.9 is the ultimate time to beat, 52.0 for Lux. And for Michel Ular, it's not going to be quicker, 50.5. Ular goes 5th, Lux goes 6th. And there's still plenty more riders to come. But a good effort as Michel Ular and Sebastian Lux try their best to cut through and get a decent time on the board. There were solid efforts, but nobody's beaten Ted Burke just yet. 2 more riders to venture out into the water to take on the challenge of the Čežme course. The first of those, the 46-year-old for Jetstar Pardubice, Radek Lučka, 2:20. He wants to come out onto the course and put in a good time, as does Stanislav Kaničkin. Actually going to see those last efforts to get across the finish line for riders. They always try and move forward and try and put an arm out or a fist out just to see if that little bit extra will make all the difference. Never does, of course, but it's a psychological thing. The riders can't help themselves. So we've got Radek Lučka out on the water along with Stanislav Kaničkin. Looks like Michel Lula has been given the chance to do one more timed run by the look of it, because there was a glitch in the timing system. So Michel Lula will come through. Is that going to be enough to go quicker than a 50.63? I'm not sure it is. So Michel Lula leaves the water. Oh, it was a 51.6. So it was a good effort, but it wasn't quite enough, unfortunately, to beat his previous time. So at least now we know where he ends up. And so now to the next two, Radek Lučka and Stanislav Kaničkin. So Stanislav Kaničkin, the 54-year-old for the hard racing team, competed in the 2025 campaign. Stanislav Kaničkin was 12th in the standings last year. He did all of the events except for Italy and was a consistent point scorer throughout. And then the man beside him in the mix for this session, Radek Lučka, the 46-year-old, racing under the JetSurf Pardubice banner. It'll be interesting to see what Radek Lučka can do with his 2026 campaign. He raced in every event except Macau last season. His strongest point score was in Turkey last year. Came away with 29 points from the weekend, so expect big things from him in terms of attempt and effort again this year. So Radek Lučka and Stanislav Kaničkin trying to get close to the 47.93 lap time set by the American Ted Burke from Mooresville, North Carolina. He currently holds the lead of the standings in the Masters, but for how much longer? There are some serious competitors coming. Stanislav Kaničkin and Radek Lučka really trying to up the tempo and rise the ante. But if you want to get even close to the top spot in the Masters category, you need to be flirting with 47-second runs now. So Stanislav Kaničkin, the number 63 for the hard racing team. Good to see him back in the paddock again. Keeping the balance is so important in the slalom. You can see how difficult it is to get those tight trajectories. The radius is so hard to pin down. But timing on the throttle is everything. Across the line comes Stanislav Kaničkin to finish off the run. Sorry, that is Radek Lučka, because there is Stanislav Kaničkin in the water. So Kaničkin has gone into the water, I'm afraid. We're going to see what happened to Stanislav Kaničkin. He gets a face full of buoy. That's okay. He gets away with that one. But the next turn, it all gets away from him. That's an agonizing fall as well. You can feel the balance lose and wash out from underneath you. And that could be a painful disappointment for him. As for Radek Lučka, well, he's done a 55.7. That's enough to put Radek Lučka into 8th position for the moment. But there's more to do, and he's bailed out. He's bailed out of the time run. So Radek Lučka is going for another attempt. So Radek Lučka comes through, having done a time there of 45.5, but it's not good enough to be the top spot because, of course, the time wasn't legal. He missed a few buoys there through the slalom, so Radek Lučka's time taken away from him. He's got to go again. And we'll see if Stanislav Kaničkin can set a reasonably competitive time over the line this time. It's nice and clean for Stanislav Kaničkin. What can he set in terms of time on the board? 1:30.049. So that's not going to see him in the top 10. What about Radek Lučka? Now he can tidy it up through the slalom. He goes right side of the slalom. Ups the tempo and tries to keep it neat and tidy. Consistent, patient. Out of the final U-turn to come across the line. He needs to get somewhere near a 55.9 to beat his own time. He's come through, he's seen the checkered flag, but what is the time going to be? 52.7, that's more like it. And so Radek Lučka goes 7th. So Radek Lushka's time, good enough for P7. What about Stanislav Kanichkin? His first time is ruled out. And he just about keeps it upright through the last part of the slalom and out of the final chicane. What is Stanislav Kanichkin's time going to be? 54.0. That wasn't far off Luchka at all. So Radek Luchka P7, Stanislav Kanichkin P8. So for a little while longer, Ted Burke is still on the top spot. But I stress the word a little time longer because we have got 6 qualifying heats still to go. And now the names are going to get bigger. In the 10th run, we have the Turkish rider Efe Gürsoy, 41 years of age for the My Racing team. And it's welcome back to the paddock once again, the Austrian, Roman Lisha-Kritishvili. The 53-year-old for Jet Surf Factory from Böschlotsdorf in Austria. Expect big things from Roman Lisha-Kritishvili. He had a lot of time to work on his hotel business last year. He didn't race anywhere near as much as he wanted to. 2026 is different. He wants to put out a great show from the outset. So expect the wild Austrian, Roman Lisha-Kritishvili, to be competitive. There is Efe Gürsoy, the Turkish rider. He wants more in 2026. Had a good effort last season, put in some good efforts. 10th in the championship last year, only missed Macau at the end of the season. But of course, his strongest event was his home race. And as the leading charge, along with Murat Jorgen Schieler in the My Racing team fraternity in 2025, he and his rival are going to want to be very competitive. There is Roman Lisha-Kritishvili. His young son Leo will be out in Junior Boy later. But certainly for the moment, for Roman Lisha-Kritishvili, a chance to continue being up at the sharp end of the dais is what awaits him. So Efe Gürsoy goes into the flying lap, I believe. Although he attacks the first buoy rather calmly. I think he's decided for the first lap, just get the lap done. No, he's bailed out. He's bailed out and missed a few buoys. So something's not right then for Efe Gürsoy. So he's going to have to try again. Meanwhile, Roman Lisha-Kritishvili doing a good job, the Austrian, as he gets himself ready for a push lap. I think there's just a little bit of a need to sort out the course. I wonder if there's a buoy out of position somewhere. So the safety team are on the course. So Roman Lisha-Kritishvili and Efe Gürsoy ready to put their lap times on the board in the hope that they can get something competitive out of this first session of the season. They're certainly going to find it pretty flamboyant from the outset. So we'll see now what the riders can do once they are up to speed. Roman Lisha-Kritishvili really pushes for it out of the first buoy. Right, left, cannon the way forward through the next left-hander and then out through the right. This is looking very calm for Lisha-Kritishvili. He looks confident up to the final buoy that gives you the U-turn. Across the line comes Efe Gürsoy, by the way. So Efe Gürsoy, is that the beginning of his fast lap or the end of his fast lap? I think it might be the latter. No time's come up on the board though, so I think it is the former actually. So for Roman Lisha-Kritishvili and Efe Gürsoy, time to put their times on the board. Can they be anywhere near close to the time set by Ted Burke? Up on the top spot, the American. Across the line. And there is Roman Lisha-Kritishvili's time of 51.258. Looks like Efe Gürsoy's been in the drink. So Lisha-Kritishvili goes P6 for the moment as Efe Gürsoy falls. So here's how he did it. Out through the run to the slalom. Oh, disappointing. He'll be annoyed with himself at that. He's just changed direction a little bit too sharp and it's upset the weight transfer as he goes through on the board. And the board gets out from under him. Meanwhile, Roman Lisha-Kritishvili has got a decent time on the board. Now he's going to push. Currently P6, 3.5 away nearly from the top spot and Ted Burke. So he might get an opportunity to go further forward with it. Out of the slalom. This looks really settled for Roman Lisha-Kritishvili, apart from the last turn. Almost misses the gate. 52.2 in the end. That cost him. But a 51.5 will certainly do for Roman Lisha-Kritishvili. He'll be happy with top 6 for the moment. But here comes the Turkish rider, Efe Gürsoy. Top 10 in the championship last year. Really wants to finish strong here in front of his home crowd. We'll see what he can come up with, but the goods are going to be tricky to hold on to through the slalom. Keeps it tidy, keeps it present. Wants to keep moving forward. Out of the run on the far side. Kratishvili crosses the line apparently in 27.9, unless he's superhuman. That's not a legal time. Sorry, Roman. I know you want to be superhuman, but you're not quite. I think he's being given a second chance to put a time on the board because there was an impediment. So Efe Gürsoy is going to come through at the end of the slalom and finish off. This is the chance for the Turkish rider. He's happy that he's completed all the buoys. What about the finish line? 54.0. That's not bad from Efe Gürsoy. I think he'll be satisfied with that. But is Kratishvili going to find any more than a 51.5 on his second flying lap? Here he comes. Across the line, 51.53 to beat for Kratishvili. 50.7. So Kratishvili has got himself into the mix there. So Efe Gürsoy looks like he's got a helmet issue there. I wonder if he's had a bit of a problem on the run. So Efe Gürsoy, I think he's got a headache of some kind. So that's unfortunate for Efe Gürsoy, but he did come up with the goods for a 54.09 despite that. And Kratishvili goes top on a 50.78. Well, no, actually he's not gone top with a 50.78 because the time of Ted Burks is still the legal lap. I think Kratishvili's time is going to get removed very shortly because the 27.94 is not legal. And there it is. It's been updated. So Kratishvili's time is good enough for P6. 2.8 seconds back from the leader Ted Burke in front of Yeri Renner, Jaime Hincache, Ivan Matušek, Michel Ular and Kratishvili. So that is the current top 6. Now we move into the next 2 riders to go out onto the course, and it's the #1 rider from Turkey after last season, Murat Yorgunçila. So Murat Yorgunçila, the 46-year-old for the My Racing team, he heads out onto the course along with Jiří Blaha. Good to see him back again. The 57-year-old from Gobili in the Czech Republic for hard racing. It'll be fascinating to see what he can do in 2026. Jiří Blaha, a very competitive man and a very popular member of the paddock. There is Murat Yorgunçila. And in the bright yellow, white and red shirt is the man from the Czech Republic, Jiří Blaha. There he is, carries number 69. And he gets himself dialed in for another exciting battle out on the course. It's a lot easier to tell Jiří Blaha apart in 2026 than it was in 2025. He had a very similar outfit to a couple of the other riders in the field. Not in 2026, that's very distinctive. You won't miss him, will you? After Blaha and Yorgunçila, we have Jiří Stovacek and Petr Faltusek. Then Jano Vankersbilk versus David Poznik, Petr Poznik versus Arkadiusz Janora. And then the last group, Mark Andrews versus Kim Down. I can't wait for that one. Canada's top rider versus Korea's top rider and the reigning Masters champion, of course, Kim Down. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes. Jiří Blaha dials out of the push lap. Hasn't crossed the line yet, so it won't count as a faulty lap. You have to obviously give the board a bit of a warm-up. This is a bit like the out lap, if you were. So time to see what the riders are going to do, if they can find a little bit more of a push. Certainly all going according to plan for the moment. But let's see how much more we're going to get from this fantastic start to proceedings. Jiří Blaha wants to find the pace straight out of the blocks, goes for it, backs down again. There's a feeling that you get when you're pushing. Oh, the red flag has come out. So the session has been stopped, so I'm not entirely sure what the reason for that will be, but clearly the officials have seen something. All sorts of difficulties that can occur. I remember being at the Jet Ski Oceania Continental Championships in Australia back in March, and the genuine reason we had for the red flags on those occasions were dolphins. I'm not kidding. There were dolphins in the water, and they were too close to the course, so they actually had to red flag it for that. So they had to use the jet skis from the officials to push the dolphins, not physically, but sort of coax them away from the race circuit. I don't know if that's the case here or not, but when you're dealing with the ocean blue, goodness knows what the reason might be. Turkish style is certainly here to stay in Çeşme for the My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix. Great to see the fans really enjoying themselves out there. The two riders are about to go for their qualifying sessions are just given the chance to pause. There is Yücel Altug getting himself ready for the junior boy qualifying session, along with Artur Gezer, who's also getting himself ready for that. So red flag in the My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey qualifying sessions here in 2026. Jake Stanson in the commentary box just waiting for the red flags to subside. And then our two riders here in this particular run, Murat Yorganchila and Yeli Blaha, can go back to the water and go back to qualifying, and it looks like they've got the command to do that. So we will go back to qualifying trim for Yeli Blaha and Murat Yorganchila. The current fastest time in the Masters category is the American Ted Burke from Mooresville, North Carolina. 47.93, the time to beat, ahead of Yuri Lena, Jaime Hincache, Ivan Marushek, Michel Ular, and Romelisha Kratishvili in the top 6. Still some tough qualifying sessions to come because we've got the junior category after this one for junior boy and junior girl, and then the elite class after that as well, the Formula One of our sport. That's where you're really going to see the big guns. Jano Vankersbilt getting himself ready for Team Germany-Belgium. They've sort of joined forces for this World Championship season. I think they're all looking forward to the next chance to go for the gold medal at the next World Games, which will be in Germany 2029. The yellow flag is in the air stationary. That means that the course is clear. We can go for the racing run again, and Yeli Blaha attacks the course. So Yeli Blaha goes into the route once again in the hope that he can find a fast time. The time to beat is a 47.932. And so the 57-year-old from Gobili in the Czech Republic, Yeli Blaha, for hard racing, looking for a decent lap time. Anything under 50 seconds is quick. And there is Murat Yorganchila leading the charge for the Turkish fans in the Masters category for the My Racing team. Great to see the hard work that he's been putting in to get up to speed again. Really good efforts so far, and still very quick up at the sharp end. So Yeli Blaha, last couple of buoys of the lap, and this is a very competitive run from Yeli Blaha. Is it going to be in the 50s? It is, 50.936. So it's a good opening stint from Yeli Blaha. He wants a little bit more, but he's certainly looking good to find it. Here is Murat Yorganchila. So Murat Yorganchila finishing off the Turkish rider. Out of the slalom, trying to get it all done and nice and tidy. Out of the slalom. Final two buoys inside 50 seconds would be very sweet indeed for Murat Yorganchila. Comes through, finishes off the course, goes into the second of the fast laps, and Murat Yorganchila has gone round this course in 54.0. Needs to find some more speed if he wants to be at the front. So Murat Yorganchila is only just about squeezing into the top 10. Yeri Blaha, 7th, has gone in the final corner of the lap. Oh, Yeri Blaha, it was looking so good. But it's all gone wrong in the final turn. Devastating bad luck for Yeri Blaha. He came out of the slalom perfect. He just nudged the buoy, had to make a correction, and that was where it all got wrong. He had to make a correction on the approach to the final turn. It kicked him off the board head first. That's a nasty moment. So now we'll see if Murat Yorganchila can finish the lap strong. He goes through the slalom for the second time. Yeli Blaha trying to finish off. Yorganchila, 53.7. That's a good final end to the run for Murat Yorganchila. And he only misses out on 9th place by half a second. So Murat Yorganchila does a fair job there in 10th position. Good effort. We've got 8 riders to go, so now the positions in the top 10 are going to be tenuous to hold on to. For the 12th run it is going to be Jiří Stavicek versus Petr Faltacek. We're going to see two really strong races now. Both of these drivers know they've got a really good chance of getting up to the sharp end. Petr Faltacek for the Jet Surf Pardubice team, 49 years of age for the Czech Republic, along with his countryman, Jiří Stavicek, who is also his 52-year-old teammate. So Murat Jorgen Schiele returns to the shoreline, and now it's time for the two men from Jet Surf Pardubice, Jiří Stavicek and Petr Faltacek. So can either of these two get close to the time set by Ted Berg? We have currently had 19 riders set times. So it's always going to be very competitive all the way through, but Ted Berg has been able to maintain a 0.4 of a second gap at the sharp end, and we're waiting to see what Jiří Stavicek and Petr Faltacek can do. Jano Vankersbilk getting himself dialed in. The Electric Challenge champion 2025, raced under the Belgian flag in the World Games 2025. The man from Huisse in Belgium, we'll get to see him out on the course again very shortly. So now the Pardubice teammates, Jiří Stavicek and Petr Faltacek, trying to find that ultimate pace. Jiří Stavicek dug himself up for a good run. The 52-year-old, really very fast indeed in this early phase. And we'll see what kind of pace he's able to come up with. He's got to keep the balance. He's got to keep the calmness as well. You can't get overexerted. Out of the final turn, this looks good from Jiří Stavicek. 46.16, boom! That's the new top spot. Jiří Stavicek blasts out of the blocks and goes to the top spot. Great lap from Jiří Stavicek. And Petr Faltacek is now going to try and match that. So Jiří Stavicek, 52 years of age, he goes top spot, faster than anybody by 1.7. Here comes Faltacek, he comes across the line. Was his time competitive too? A 46.1 to beat from Jiří Stavicek. 48.2 was Faltacek's first. That puts him into third, just 0.3 behind Ted Berg. These two really pushing the limits. So for the moment at least, the top spot in the Masters is now that with Jiří Stavicek, who comes across the line. Can he go quicker? 45.4 for Jiří Stavicek. That was a mighty run. And Jiří Stavicek, oh, and into the water goes Faltacek. Faltacek does not improve. Faltacek was pushing hard and he goes down. Many riders have gone into the drink in this qualifying session. We did say that the riders had told us it's not going to be who goes in, it's going to be how many go in. And for Petr Faltacek, he was coming up to the U-turn. That's where he gets unsettled. Oh, it's just a case of momentum switched up off the turn. And he goes in almost head first. So Faltacek cruises across the line for argument's sake. But it's a 48.2. And he knows that's not going to be good enough for the top spot. It is good enough for third. But he will always be left wondering what might have been. So now we're getting into the top end of the Masters runners. Welcome back into the arena, Jano Vankersbilk against David Požník. So David Požník, the 44-year-old for Jet Surf Pardubice, alongside the racing penguin, treble 9, Jano Vankersbilk. Electric Challenge champion 2025. Knows a lot about getting things right as much as he does about getting things wrong. He had a very tough 2025 campaign. Whenever he was at full fitness, he was a big charger, 5th in the championship last year. David Požník was 3rd in the championship last year with a missed race in Macau. So just think how much David Požník could have done if he'd have been able to keep it going all the way to the end of the season. Might even have come up with the goods for P2 in the championship. Jano Vankersbilk was there throughout, but he had some very big difficulties until the end of the season at Macau when he came up with a 47 points haul. But he's hoping that in 2026, this is very much a Jano Vankersbilk campaign. There's David Požník, dialing himself up for a decent run of the charge forward. But David Požník, the 44-year-old, versus Jano Vankersbilk. About to turn 41. But the racing penguin ready for another exciting charge. Van Gisbergen goes into the lap. He really is eating up these buoys. He's a great opportunist to try and go for this fastest time off Jiří Stavicek. So far, though, Jiří Stavicek the fastest. There is David Poznik. Don't count him out. Third in the championship last year. If anyone's going to take on the might of the time. Oh, it's Van Gisbergen. Van Gisbergen's down in the U-turn. Van Gisbergen's down in the U-turn before the slalom. Oh, that's gone very badly wrong for Jano Van Gisbergen. His hand is in the air. And it looks like it's very much done for Jano Van Gisbergen for the moment. David Poznik realizes he's in trouble and slows down. So let's see what happened to Van Gisbergen. Really attacks the buoy before the U-turn, and then it just stuffs in. Oh, that's a really awkward landing too. No wonder Jano Van Gisbergen is in some discomfort there. That's a really awkward landing for Jano Van Gisbergen. Red flag, no surprises there. That was a really awkward landing for the Belgian. So hopefully Jano Van Gisbergen is okay. The medical and safety teams are already with him. But that was a really awkward landing for the Belgian. He's already had problems with his kneecaps in the past. He certainly doesn't need any more. Zacarias Janora gets himself ready to go. But it looks like the session will continue without Jano Van Gisbergen, who is in some discomfort on his left leg. That was a really awkward landing. Well, I really hope that Jano Van Gisbergen, who is everybody's friend in this paddock, I really hope he's okay. And there's going to be some discomfort for the Belgian as he gets recovered back to the shoreline. There'll be another chance for David Poznik to set a time, but, well, last year was already an awkward one for the Belgian Jano Van Gisbergen. He won the Electric Challenge Championship title last year, but when it really counted, he had all sorts of difficulties in Masters. He wanted 2026 to be a year of big achievement. We're going to see it again from another angle. Watch the left leg. That is the worst type of landing. Oh, it really catches him in a bad way. Hand straight up in the air. That hurts. I need recovery. Oh, some discomfort for Jano Van Gisbergen. I really feel for him. Shallow water means he can hobble his way back in. I'm going to need an ice pack. That's what that means. It's a really awkward fall for Jano Van Gisbergen, and he's already got people around him to help him back to his awning. What a shame for the Belgian Jano Van Gisbergen. Certainly not what he needed at the start of this campaign. It was always going to be very difficult to get right. And, well, that was a nasty one for the Belgian Jano Van Gisbergen. First big off that we've had. It's not so much the severity of the landing, it's the awkwardness of the landing that made that really difficult. David Poznik still out on the course, and he'll get his chance to go for a qualifying run. But sadly, Jano Van Gisbergen will not. So David Poznik just warming himself up and dialing himself in, waiting for the command to get going again. He can't get moving again until the safety team are back in their position, of course. So once the recovery jet ski is back in its post, then David Poznik will be able to go back up to speed, but he's got to wait for that. So the Jet Surf Pardubice rider just trying to keep the temperatures up and trying to keep his rhythm and concentration so that he can go for another big push. But the Masters riders definitely finding things tricky out there. The red flag's still flying in the water, so it's not time for David Poznik to go back to speed again just yet. And that red flag will be there because the recovery jet ski is not in its position yet. But a very awkward landing for Jano Van Gisbergen when he came off the board, and oh, that really does make you feel quite uneasy. Well, David Poznik is returning to the shoreline as well. I think he'll get another chance later because trying to keep the board up tempo while this recovery is happening is not really helping his board. So he'll come back to the shoreline, he'll get the chance to reset it, and then hopefully David Poznik will get a chance to qualify at the end of the Masters rotation. So David Poznik is not out of qualifying, but he's just got to wait for the last two runs to come through, that of Peter Poźnik and Arkadiusz Janora, and then Mark Andrews and Kim Down, and then he'll get his chance, I'm sure, to have another go at the lap times here for qualifying. But rather sadly, the 40-year-old Belgian from Huisse, Janno Vankersbilk, is not going to get the run he wanted. Now you can see people starting to prepare for the big challenge later on. That was the end of the run there for one of the stock riders, I think, for the Turkish contingent. There's still so much more to come. That was Murat Jorgen Schieler's board being recovered. And there's Mark Andrews in conversation with Roman Lischel-Kratishvili. Mark Andrews still needing to get his qualifying run in. He will share the water with Kim Down. Roman Lischel-Kratishvili giving his rival out on the course. But he was also his friend a bit of advice. That's the thing I love about this sport. You've got rivalries, you've got battles between competitors, but everyone shares information with everybody. They want to have the best kind of racing possible. They want to talk to each other. They want to really build the community. It is a friendly natured sport, this one. Yes, there is a lot of intense rivalries. Yes, there is a lot of competition, but the community matters more. There is Mike Michailidis, the Cypriot, the reigning stock champion, the first ever from Cyprus to win a Jet Surf Championship title in the MotoSurf World Championship. And now he gets to go to battle in the elite category in 2026. He is stepping up to the plate from the stock category, the Formula 2 of our sport, if you will, and now going into the elite, which is our Formula 1. Be fascinated to see what he can do as an elite rider for the first time, going up against the likes of Novotny, Jaworski, and Luke Scheider. That's going to be such an amazing battle later. So now we're just waiting for the water to be declared good and okay for racing again. And then when we can, we'll get the run for Peter Poźnik and Arkadiusz Janora, and then the run for Mark Andrews and Kim Down. And I'm fairly confident that Dawid Poźnik will get another chance. There's the yellow flag. So the water is now ready for racing again. And so it will all come down to the pressure cooker that the riders cook up for themselves. It'll be Peter Poźnik and Arkadiusz Janora, the vice champion from last year, that will go out onto the course to get their next lap times in. So there is Jorgen Schieler. That is Ender Jorgen Schieler going to battle in the stock category, but of course he's helping Murat Jorgen Schieler in the Masters as well. A real family affair in that team. So there is Dawid Poźnik, I think. They've actually decided to put Dawid Poźnik's run out first. So Dawid Poźnik goes out onto the course to dial himself back in. They obviously needed a quick reset of the board to get him back up to speed. And so now Dawid Poźnik, the 50-year-old. No, it is Peter who's the 50-year-old. 44 years of age is Dawid Poźnik from Pardubice. Let's see what kind of times he can set. So the time to beat is obviously from previously before, the time set by Jiří Stovacek. Jiří Stovacek smashed his way to the top with a 45.408. What can Dawid Poźnik do? He really is pushing through the slaloms, and he will come out into the right-hander. Cannons the board through the UE, and he'll cross the line. What's his opening time going to be? Is it in the 45s? Is it under 50? That's a good start. And the time he sets is a 47.8. Right, so Dawid Poźnik straight into second place past Ted Burke. Now he's going to push for more. If he can just tidy up the rotations through the middle section of the course, and he'll save himself a couple of tenths of a second with every buoy. He can make a lot of time here, Dawid Poźnik. But Jiří Stovacek has come into this first round of the championship fired up and motivated. 45.4 is going to be so difficult to beat. So Poźnik really attacking every buoy. Pushing, comes out of the slalom now. And into the final section. Dawid Poźnik trying to find that little bit extra. It's a 47.8 to beat. Well, for some reason, it's come through as a 135.0, and that is definitely not the case. Dawid Poźnik definitely came through quicker than that. Seems like there was a glitch of some kind, but I don't think the time was quick enough to be fastest of all anyway. As to the water comes Petr Poźnik, the 50-year-old, along with the Polish rider Arkadiusz Janora. For the 10Z MotoSurf racing team, the vice champion of 2025 from Kozice in Poland, the man who represented and won a medal in the World Games in 2025 with his daughter Rosalia, who of course we saw earlier on in the elite women's category. Now we see Arkadiusz Janora out with this man, Petr Poźnik. So Petr Poźnik, 6 years the senior of David Poźnik, and still ridiculously fast. I wonder if he can get closer to the top spot than David was able to. So far so good for Petr Poźnik. He looks dialed in already on the course. And Arkadiusz Janora looks fairly settled as well. You have no idea how difficult it is to be on the ragged edge in these things. Imagine being strapped to a barrel and then fired out of a trebuchet across the ocean waves. That is what racing these things is like. It is so physical, it is so brutal, and as a result of all the paneling that you are pummeling, that you are getting from the board itself and from the ocean, it is so hard to focus. It is so hard to think about simple things like how many long laps have I taken, how many buoys have I gone through, is this one red or is this one yellow? It's so difficult when you're at that kind of pace and intensity. I would never criticize riders for missing buoys because it's so physical. But Petr Poźnik really has come into this one full of determination. 45.4 to beat, the time set by Jiří Stovacek. David Poźnik was able to get within 2.3 seconds of it. There is Arkadiusz Janora, the vice champion of the world last year. His consistency was what kept him at the sharp end. So we'll see if Petr Poźnik or Arkadiusz Janora can take on the time set by Jiří Stovacek. It's a big ask. 45.4 is ridiculously quick. Over the line comes Petr Poźnik. What has he done? 46.4, straight into second for Petr Poźnik. 1 second away from the top. So he's definitely flirting with the speed now. Here comes Arkadiusz Janora, almost over the water. Never mind on it as he works his way through the slalom. So out of the final two buoys. Right, left, Arkadiusz Janora really attacking with pace. Is it going to be a 45? It is a 45.6 for Arkadiusz Janora. He's within a couple of tenths now of the top spot of Jiří Stovacek. Can Arkadiusz Janora get the top spot in the second flying lap? Can Petr Poźnik, if he can tidy it up and find a second or so, he could get this done. Petr Poźnik, right, left, tidied up in the rotation. There's the line. Is it going to be good enough for the top spot for Petr Poźnik? 46.0, so close. 0.4 of a second quicker. And able to get within 0.4 of Arkadiusz Janora. Can Janora find just over 0.2 of a second? If he finds 0.3 more, he goes provisional top of the Masters. Final two buoys, left-hander over the line. Is it enough? Arkadiusz Janora just misses it, 46.3. And so Jiří Stovacek remains on top. Arkadiusz Janora second. Petr Poźnik is third. The top three now covered by less than a second. And now we've got the two remaining riders in the Masters category. For Canada, Mark Andrews. For Korea, Kim Down. Bring it on. The top spot of this battle is going to be dictated by two of the best Masters riders in the world. From Toronto in Canada, Mark Andrews takes to the water. Can he put the maple leaf on the top spot? Mark Andrews goes to battle. Cheered on at home, no doubt, by Rihanna DeVoe. Sad that we couldn't see her racing this time. Hopefully she'll return later in the season. And here comes the legend himself. Kim Down, racing in both the stock and Masters categories again in 2026. He is just insane for this sport. He loves it, down to his very bone marrow. And these are arguably two of the very best in the world in the Masters category. But the time to beat is that of Jiří Stovacek, 45.4 in front of Arkadiusz Janora and Petr Poźnik. Can Mark Andrews of Canada or Kim Down of Korea topple Jiří Stovacek from his perch? 2 laps each at the same time to find out who gets the top spot. In about 90 seconds or so, we'll know if Jiří Stovacek is going to be top or whether it's going to be the Canadian Mark Andrews or the Korean Kim Down. I cannot stress how difficult it is going to be for either rider to get to a 45.4. Even Kim Down, with so many titles in his pocket, even Mark Andrews with his strong and confident and euphoric stance on the board. Both men are going to find this tough to get to a 45.4. So let's see what they're capable of. Mark Andrews rotates to the slalom, dials in. Kim Down getting up to pace. Here comes Mark Andrews. Over the line goes the Canadian. So the Ontario Octopus pushing his way through the slalom. Through the chicane section first. He will have the choice of slaloms later in the lap. Arm in the air for Kim Down. He's now going for it. Wrestles his stance, puts himself in a position, and the rocket, Kim Down, goes for it into the first of the flying laps. So, will the Canadian Mark Andrews or the Korean Kim Down topple Yuri Stavicek from the top? Look at the aggression of Mark Andrews in the slalom. He goes right side, attacks every buoy with pure determination and grit. He has perfect balance as he comes out of it. He goes through. What's the lap time? 45.5. He's 1/10 away from Yuri Stavicek. A little bit more to find, and he'll be the fastest man in Masters. But here comes Kim Down. Rides the right side slalom. Pushes, pushes. Every single buoy is an eatable moment, an edible challenge for Kim Down. Out of the final turn across the line. Is that enough of going top? Kim Down's done it! 45.15 from the Korean. Stunning lap time from Kim Down. But can Mark Andrews find a little bit more in the second slalom? He could go second. Yuri Stavicek is currently P2. Andrews charges for the final buoys. Is he going to get there? 45.5 to beat. It's a 46.3. He's not going to make it. Andrews has to settle for third. But Kim Down is still the dominant force of Masters. He's going to come through. And if he manages to go quicker still, it will be the quickest time we've seen all day here in Cheshme. Final buoys of the buoy. Out he comes through, charges for the line. He's never going to get a 44, is he? We wait for the time to update. 44.63! That is the fastest time we have seen all day. Kim Down, 42 years of age, from Seoul in Korea, smashes the 45-second barrier. He is the fastest man of the whole day. Absolutely majestic from Kim Down. Where does he find this pace? Extraordinary speed from Kim Down. 44.63 seconds, the fastest lap time we have seen all day long here in Cheshme. And Kim Down smashes any previous time from any previous class. He is still the master of the Masters. Absolutely amazing from Kim Down. Second, Yuri Stavicek. Third, Mark Andrews. Fourth, Arkadiusz Janora. Then it's Peter and David Poznik from Ted Burke, Peter Faltuszek, and then Yuri Renner from Jaime Hincache in the top 10. Just under 5 seconds, covering them all. Seriously great racing to come this weekend if the pace is that quick. But Kim Down, just invincible. Absolutely incredible. And so Kim Down, still the god of grace and speed in the Masters category. What an amazing time from Kim Down. It's like there's got to be a painting in his attic that keeps changing. The man just doesn't age. He doesn't wilt. He doesn't slow down. Kim Down, still the top man in this sport in the Masters category. Catch me if you can is the message from Kim Down. Wonderful run from the Korean. And so the two racers that represented South Korea in the World Games in 2025 in Chengdu are now the top two riders in their classes. Because Lee Yeon-jun, fastest in the Masters women. Kim Down, fastest in the Masters men. And so we're getting one final run out on the course, I believe, before the session comes to a conclusion. It's one of the part of beat sheet riders. I think that is Petr Faltasek getting another go. He has been given dispensation to have another run, I think. And I don't think he's the only one, actually. So Petr Faltasek is out on the course. I think he's going to get another chance. He's currently down the order. Oh, the other one is Jano Vankersbilk. Well, that's good news. I thought he was going to be injured, but it looks as though they've worked on what it was that was the problem. And now Jano Vankersbilk gets another crack at it. So Petr Faltasek's time, if you remember, was a 48.2 the first time round. So we'll see if Petr Faltasek can have another go at it. Jano Vankersbilk attacking straight away out of the blocks. This isn't over yet, folks. If Kim Down has made an amazing impression on this, well, we could see a bit of a challenge for second or third here from Petr Faltasek and Jano Vankersbilk. So Jano Vankersbilk pushes again. Vankersbilk really pushing through the slalom. Now we're going to get to see what he's made of. Pushes, charges forward. We'll see if he can come up towards the top 5. I wouldn't bet it against him. Just manages to stay afloat. Checkered flag flies for Jano Vankersbilk. What did he do? 49.1. Not bad. 49.1 for Vankersbilk. That puts him into the top 10. So Jano Vankersbilk does get a faster lap time on the board then. Petr Faltasek trying to finish off strong. Can he get anything better than a 48.2? He finishes the lap. 46.3. So that puts him all the way up into P6. So Petr Faltasek finishes strong then. Jano Vankersbilk gets one more, I think, because obviously his first off was on the first lap. So he gets to finish his lap, Jano Vankersbilk, I believe. Here he comes. But he's bailed. Yeah, he's bailed on it. So, Kim Down is the top spot. Jiří Stovacek second, Andrews third, Janora fourth, Petr Požník in fifth place from Petr Faltasek, David Požník, Ted Berg, Jiří Renner, and Jano Vankersbilk the top 10. So that pretty much brings things to a conclusion for the men masters as they work in very close proximity. But Kim Down still the top. Jiří Stovacek, Mark Andrews, Arkadiusz Janora, Petr Požník and Petr Faltasek in tow with some very competitive times all the way through. But for the moment, it is still Korea. They are the king and queen of masters. Kim Down, the fastest in the men's. Lee Eun-jun, the fastest in the women's. So a great start to the proceedings from everybody watching back home in Korea. Hope you enjoyed that as much as we did. The fight for pole position was always going to be tough in Masters. But Kim Down's pace in his second flying run, the gap is just extraordinary. 0.7 of a second quicker than Jiří Stovacek. That's massive in this sport. Now we go into the juniors, and we've got a grand total of 13 competitors in total, I believe, across the boys and the girls. So it'll be fabulous to see how the competitors deal with the onslaught they've got in front of them. It's 12 in total, my apologies, not 13. So we will have the juniors in the boys and girls category out together. And we will have some seriously competitive runs from these competitors. They'll give us a lot to talk about. So as the riders get themselves dialed in for another exciting battle on the course, I think we're in for a big challenge in junior boy and junior girl. Most of the junior girl competitors from last year have returned, but it's almost all new in the boys category. Watch out for this one in particular for the United States. Lucas Violet is going to be one to watch out for. And in the returning Austrian, Leo Lischel-Kratishvili, who the first thing he does before they get out into the water is shake hands with everybody. That's how you go racing. Whether you win or lose, you have a certain choice as to how to be an athlete in this sport. Watch Leo Lischel-Kratishvili's example. That's how we all want to be. Some things matter more than the victory. Know what I'm saying? Great to see everybody gearing up for the start of the junior boy and junior girl categories. They share the water in the qualifying and the heats, and then they will get their own separate finals later in the contest. Starting the ball rolling, it's going to be Lucas Violet and Artur Gezer, the two boys from America and Turkey, first of all. And the junior category is set to start in just under a minute. 5 p.m. start for the juniors and a 5:30 p.m. start for the elites. Lukas Jaworski for Rocket Racing, just overseeing a couple of his competitors getting ready for the junior boy and junior girl qualifying. Youngest competitors in our whole weekend, of course, under the age of 14. Although, of course, you can still race while you are 14. The youngest rider in the field is actually the 11-year-old Sani Erus, the Turkish rider. So it'll be fabulous to see what he can do in the mix of all of this. But the junior boy and junior girl class is always very unpredictable. You never know from one round to the next who's going to have the pace. Because in any form of junior competition, everybody has a learning pace that's different to the other. The development is always really fascinating. You see this in cars, in bikes, in grass sports, in everything. Teenagers have a habit of learning at very different rates from each other. But it's always fascinating waiting for that moment that clicks in the brain when they realize, oh, that's how I'm supposed to go. Got it. Always wonderful to see these guys develop. The first run will be Lucas Violet and Artur Gezer. The second will be Uzay Altug and Natalie Ularova. The third will be Bibiana Bubnikova and young Sani Erus. Then it will be Leolisha Kratishvili and Adela Pokorova. The fifth run will be Max Shurushka and Nela Pozhnikova. And then the two favorites for this year in junior boy and junior girl, Stanislav Kohut and Ellen Berdova. Whatever happens in 2026, we're going to get a new junior boy champion. It's tough to know if we're going to get a new junior girl champion because last year's champion, Ellen Berdova, still only 13 years of age and still so fast. So it's going to be difficult to know. But here comes the Violet. Lucas Violet, the American, making his way onto the course along with the fabulous Artur Gezer, the Turkish rider, ready for more action and drama in 2026. As we get ourselves ready for the battle in junior boy and junior girl. The two lads head out first, the American Lucas Violet and the Turkish rider Artur Gezer, as the junior boy qualifying session gets underway in unison with junior girl. Now remember from last year, they will race together on circuit at the same time in the qualifying and the heats, and then they will separate for a junior boy final and a junior girl final as two separate races on Sunday. So we get the true champion at the end of it all. And it is going to be a fascinating bout to get there. Remember that pretty much all of the decent riders from stock and elite have come through from the junior boy category prior to that, and all of the elite women superstars that you see in the World Championship title race in elite women have come out of junior girl over the years. But certainly in junior girl, finding a new champion this year is going to be tough with the strength of Ellen Berdova returning for 2026. She could win multiple titles before she steps up as an elite woman. But there is Lucas Violet for Jet Surf Orlando. Let's see what the American can do as he pushes himself forward as the next big American talent to follow in the footsteps of Anthony Squire and Ted Burke. There's Artur Gezer, number 99 for my team. He'll certainly want to put on a good show here in front of his home fans. And this is a big mission for him. He knows that, but he relishes the opportunity. Certainly last year in junior boy, we had a really competitive season. Matthias Barvik becoming champion. Oliver Wolf has stepped up. But the likes of Stanislav Kohut, Max Shurushka and Leolisha Kratishvili are still here. And all of them will be fighting for the title. So let's see what Violet can do. 52.6, straight out of the blocks for Lucas Violet. Almost perpendicular through the water there. Lucas Violet, absolutely stunning to watch. So Artur Gezer is just going to finish off the run. But Lucas Violet is already an early threat for the title with that kind of pace in his first flying run. Artur Gezer just trying to finish off the run in good stead. He's got to be careful that he doesn't hold up Lucas Violet's second flying lap. So Artur Gezer comes through, finds the finish line, and Artur Gezer gets a 102.984. What about, oh, too much from Lucas Violet. It was so impressive up to that point. Oh no, wait, that is Arthur Gezer. Apologies. So there is Lucas Violette, and he's going to come through now. Can he get the final pin? He swims for the line. 51.33 from Lucas Violette. That is astonishing pace from Lucas Violette. Arthur Gezer found the water on the second flying lap, I'm afraid. So he's not going to improve on a 63.43, but a 51.33 from Lucas Violette. What a run from the American. The Jet Surf Orlando superstar has burst onto the junior boys scene with a vapid pace, 51.3. If you consider that the kings of the sport who've been doing this for 10, 15 years are going about 6 seconds a lap quicker than that, that's amazing from Lucas Violette. 51.33, fresh out of the blocks in his first appearance in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship. Sadly, Arthur Gezer goes down again. So his best lap time is going to be that of a 63.438. But what a run from Lucas Violette. That is the gauntlet thrown down. 51.33 to beat. And quite a few of the riders are going to find that tough to beat. Welcome to UIM MotoSurf, Lucas Violette. What a start to his 2026 campaign. I mean, if any of the juniors can lap the course in under 50 seconds, that is pretty spectacular for their age. But the fact that we've got Lucas Violette at a 51.2 in his first appearance, that's massive. Absolutely massive from the American Lucas Violette. Now out onto the circuit, we get the pressure cooker from Uzay Altug, flying the flag for Turkey, alongside Natalie Odorova, the 14-year-old from the Czech Republic. Based out of Odry, Natalie Odorova really wants this to be a strong competitive run. There is Natalie Odorova in the Rocket Racing team colours. So it should be a very exciting challenge for Natalie Odorova. Let's see what she's capable of. You go first. That's about as kind as Natalie Odorova is going to be to anybody all weekend. Once you go racing, it's all about the pressure cooker. So into the course goes Uzay Altug. Let's see what he can do. In the junior boy qualifying session, raises the tempo up, going for the battle for the top time. So Uzay Altug hits the course. Number 25. The talented 14-year-old from here in Turkey. Looking forward to seeing what he can cook up. As here comes Natalie Odorova. 14 years of age in the Rocket Racing colours. And it'll be fabulous to see what Natalie Odorova can do. In the junior girl category last year, she was a very strong contender. But this is still very much the birthplace of her sport, as it were. She only raced in Croatia last year in the World Championship, but she's been doing great work back home in the Czech Republic. So let's see what Natalie Odorova can do as a full-timer in junior girl. Here comes Uzay Altug, trying to finish strong at the end of a very competitive run through the slalom. Now the final two corners. It's going to be tricky to tidy this up. Don't forget, these guys are teenagers. They're not going to be at the same level as the riders in Stock, Masters or Elite. So Uzay Altug, a 107.1. That puts him into third for the moment. But staying on the board is the important thing. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. That's what they say. And here comes Natalie Odorova. We'll see what she can do as she comes out of the slalom. Made her World Championship debut in Croatia last year. What can she do as she comes across the line? 60.853. That puts her into second place already. So a good start from Natalie Odorova. Uzay Altug wants to get a little bit faster on the second lap. He's got plenty of time to build on. 67.453. The only task when you're a junior boy or a junior girl is you just keep working, keep finding more confidence in yourself, and just keep building. You just keep finding more pace. Faster and faster every time is the only way to go. It's not about breaking records. Oh, just a little bit of a mistake there in the final approach to the last slalom. So 67.4 is where Uzay Altug will remain. But a good effort. Consider that this is their chance to race in a World Championship final in their first weekend as a contender. Uzay Altug riding a good run. So Uzay Altug finishes 67.4 for the lap. Where's Natalie Odorova? She's coming out of the slalom. Can she duck under 60 seconds for her last lap? It's a 61.003 apparently for Odorova in the end for the first run. What does she do with the second? Natalie Odorova, it's classified as a DNF. She must have missed too many boys on that one. So it doesn't work well on the Buoy on that occasion. Very proud fan of the Uze Altug fan club there on the sidelines, clearly. As in, back to the shore come Uze Altug and Natalie Odorova. The next two to go, Bibiana Bubnikova and the youngest man in the weekend, Atis Erus. So let's see what the 11-year-old rider from Istanbul, Atis Sani Erus, can do on his board. The number 13, ready to attack the course for the first time in front of his home fans, alongside the ever-improving Bibiana Bubnikova. So Bibiana made her debut last year, taking part in the Italian and Croatian rounds of the championship. Part of the FG Forest racing team, really starting to build in stature and in pace as well. So this is going to be an exciting challenge for her to try and move forward, but also for young Atis Sani Erus. This is going to be an interesting one for Sani Erus. Works his way through the course as across the line comes Bibiana Bubnikova. Out of the slalom, just tidying things up nicely. She is definitely looking like a real talent for the future, Bibiana Bubnikova. Working hard with the FG Forest racing team, getting a lot of pace out of herself out of the slalom. And in through the final Buoy, she looks really hungry. And Bibiana Bubnikova, is she the kind of rider we can count on for speed? Wow! 47.68! 47.68 from Bibiana Bubnikova. Absolutely phenomenal pace. Bibiana Bubnikova goes into the top spot with a 47.683 in her first flying lap. My goodness. Last year was a flash in the pan for the debutant, but now she wants to put herself right up at the sharp end and fight for the junior girl title in the first round of the championship. Sani Erus comes across the line and gets a 61.213, so that makes him the fastest of the Turkish riders. So Sani Erus is the fastest Turkish rider in the sport. Look at Bubnikova. She's almost at elite woman speed. 47.35 for Bibiana Bubnikova. That's good enough to be top 5 in the elite women's nearly. Astonishing. Bibiana Bubnikova, 13 years of age. She'll turn 14 in December at the end of the season. But the 13-year-old from Ždibi has a great chance to build on this campaign. If she's as fast as that all year, well, they'll be wrestling the junior girl title away from her. Absolutely astonishing pace from Bibiana Bubnikova. Ellen Berdova had better watch her back. Across the line comes Sani Erus, 57.54. That's big progress made by Sani Erus. And the 11-year-old is only 10 seconds off the pace of an experienced rider like Bubnikova. What an effort from Sani Erus, just 11 years of age. And he sets a 57.5. Everyone here on the sidelines is impressed with that. That is unbelievable. Only 11 years of age. The potential from Sani Erus is just extraordinary there. I mean, it's one thing to get into the swing of this sport and start to build on pace, but if you're setting 57-second lap times at the age of 11, that is extraordinary. Absolutely incredible from Sani Erus. Watch out for that boy. He's got a big future. So now, and look at the applause he gets. Look at the applause he gets as he comes in. 57.54 for Sani Erus. 10 seconds back from the top spot. Only 11 years old. Well done, Sani Erus. That's amazing. And so now we have two more big players, Adela Pokorova and Leo Lishev-Kratishvili. Adela Pokorova, 14 years of age for the Apex pilots. And after last year, she was 4th in the junior girl title fight. She would have been higher had she attended the first round of the championship in the UAE. But Leolisha Kratishvili, this is the year he really wants to take a step forward. The Austrian had flashes of brilliance last year. This year, he wants more. 5th in the championship standings. The only race he couldn't attend was Macau at the end of the season. Adela Pokorova, another rider who only did 4 out of 5. But these two have a big opportunity, and they know it. 47-3 to beat from Bibiana Bubnikova. That is huge. So Sania Rus has dropped to a 1 minute flat, by the way. It looks as if there's been a penalty handed of some kind, but still, incredible effort from Sania Rus. It's no longer 10 seconds back, it's now 13.8 seconds back, so something must have happened there. Leolisha Kratishvili opens his account with a 48.56. So he's right up there at the sharp end to try and battle. Here comes Adela Pokorova. What can Pokorova do as she comes through? Over the line, 49.0. So the battle really is on. Looks as though there's an issue for Leolisha Kratishvili's time. It seems to have wiped out. So now we'll see if the second lap for the Austrian is going to be a better one. Leolisha Kratishvili. Oh, it just got a little bit over eager in the slalom. So now he's going to have to tidy it up and finish off the job. But the 13-year-old from Pestoldsdorf in Austria hits the line, 51.31. So 51.31 for Leolisha Kratishvili in the end. As here comes Adela Pokorova, second at the moment on a 49.07. What can she do? Can she get closer to Bibiana? Bibiana Bubnikova pushing hard. That was really difficult to control coming out of the final bend. And Adela Pokorova crosses the line. The time was a 49.07 for her. What is it on the exit? Well, we're waiting to see. But it looks to me as though Adela Pokorova has done enough for a 49.07. So still, Bibiana Bubnikova is the top spot. Oh, Leolisha Kratishvili's time is updated. It's a 40.81. Surely that's not right. Leolisha Kratishvili breaking the sound barrier to get to a 40.8. As much as I would love to believe that's his time, I don't think it is somehow. So Leolisha Kratishvili's time has been corrected. It's down to a 4.3 second deficit. So that's 4th position for Leolisha Kratishvili. Now time for 2 more fast riders to hit the water. Max Hruška and Nela Pozhnikova. So Max Hruška, the 13-year-old for MS Czech talent from Brno. Max Hruška did a grand job last year, 4th in the championship in junior boy. His strongest weekend was that in Croatia, round 4. And also out on the course for Nela Pozhnikova, the 13-year-old for Jetsav Pardubice. She had a strong campaign in 2025, Nela Pozhnikova, and certainly a big tip for a push for the title this year. 3rd in last year's campaign. Would definitely have been higher had she attended the final round of the championship in Macau. But the Jetsav Pardubice rider wants this to be the year she fights for the title. Ellen Berdova and Maja Žilevinska were in front of her. And Maja Žilevinska, of course, is now old enough to be an elite woman. Hopefully we'll see her out for the second round of the championship in the Czech Republic at Prague in July. But for now, it's all about Max Hruška versus Nela Pozhnikova. Can any of them get close to the time set by Bibiana Bubnikova, who, let's be fair, really has thrown the gauntlet down for everybody else in the junior categories. This is big speed from Bibiana Bubnikova. So let's see what we get from Adela Pokorova and Max Hruška, the 2 riders from the Czech Republic, really wanting to showcase their talent early. The 13-year-olds are on the course, and they want big pace. So let's see what Max Hruška can do. Here he comes out of the slalom, pushing hard. Max Hruška through the final 2 turns. What's the time? What's the time from Hruška? 49.68. So he's already getting on with it. Max Hruška certainly getting himself settled into the flow. And we'll see what Nela Pozhnikova can do now. The Jetsav Pardubice rider, 13 years of age. Out of the final 2 corners of the slalom, to the line she will come. Let's see what sort of pace she opens up with. Anything close to a 47 is threatening to the top spot. 47.76 for Pozhnikova. Just 0.4 of a second away from the top spot. Nela Poznikova really wants this. Max Rushka is pushing hard as well. Looks as though the girls are going to be faster than the boys so far this year. Because currently, we have Max Rushka, the fastest of the men, and he's done a 47.7. That's more like it. But Bibiana Bubnikova is still faster on a 47.3. What about Nela Poznikova? A 48.0 for her in the end. So let's see what happens as she comes out of the final few buoys. Is she going to find the time good enough to go to the top spot? The time to beat is a 47.3 out of the final buoy. Is it going to be enough for Nela Poznikova? We wait for the time. Is it enough? Yes! 47.18 for Nela Poznikova. She goes to the top spot in junior girl. A brilliant lap time in the end then from Nela Poznikova. She pushes to the very ragged edge and finds the time. Excellent, excellent work as Nela Poznikova comes through, and she is the fastest rider in the junior category. So Max Rushka goes top of junior boy, 47.8. Nela Poznikova goes top of junior girl, 47.1. As it stands at the moment, the junior girls are 0.7 of a second faster than the junior boys. But now comes the big two. Coming into this weekend, the championship favourites in junior boy and junior girl. Stanislav Kohut and Ellen Berdova, the reigning junior girl champion. So Stanislav Kohut was the vice champion last year in junior boy. Didn't quite get the chance to overhaul Matthias Barvik, despite a stronger final weekend in Macau. But Stanislav Kohut comes into this weekend knowing that it's the start of his last chance to win the junior boy title. Stanislav Kohut, 13 years of age, from Praha in the Czech Republic, up against the reigning junior girl champion, the 13-year-old from Pardubice, Ellen Berdova. She rewrote the form book last year. Can she do it again in 2026? Well, with Bibiana Bubnikova and Nela Poznikova on the warpath, it's going to be tougher than ever for Ellen Berdova to maintain her stance from last year. But Stanislav Kohut certainly looking strong to go for the top spot in junior boy. He needs to beat Max Rushka's time. Rushka's time is 0.9 of a second off Nela Poznikova's in the end. So we'll get to see what Nela Poznikova, who actually comes up, the time has been corrected for Nela Poznikova. She did a 46.9, would you believe? So Ellen Berdova for Apex Pilots has got to go all the way to the top. Ellen Berdova for the Apex Pilots team has got to try and find a lap time quicker than a 46.9. Meanwhile, in junior boy, Stanislav Kohut has got to find a time quicker than that set by Max Rushka, who is 0.9 of a second away. Stanislav Kohut comes up with a 48.53. That's about 0.6 of a second slower than he wants to be. But here is the reigning junior girl champion, Ellen Berdova. The time to beat for her is a 46.93. Out of the final sections of the slalom, she will push for the exit. Out she goes. Final two buoys, 46.9 to beat. What can Berdova do? It's going to need to be really fast. 47.0, she's right there to go for it. Can Ellen Berdova find a little bit more and take the top spot away? Oh, it's Nela Poznikova who's top, my apologies. So Nela Poznikova is still the top spot, but 46.939 for her. Bibiana Bubnikova still third place now from Ellen Berdova at the top spot. So Nela Poznikova, 46.939, the time to beat for Ellen Berdova, who's only 0.2 of a second away on a 47.21 now that it's been corrected. So what are we going to get to see then from Ellen Berdova? Can she find the time? Stanislav Kohut finds a 48.5. It's good, but it's not enough to beat Hrushka. What about Berdova? 47.5. It's not enough. And Nela Poznikova gets the first junior girl pole position of the season. Ellen Berdova pushed hard, but Nela Poznikova, the 13-year-old from Pardubice, has got the job done. And the reigning junior girl champion, Ellen Berdova, has got to settle for second position. What a battle we have just seen in junior girl and junior boy. The fastest junior boy then is Max Rushka, just in front of Stanislav Kohut by only about half a second. But the fight in junior girl, incredibly close between Nela Poznikova, Ellen Berdova, and the new kid on the block, Bibiana Bubnikova. That is going to be an amazing weekend of racing in junior girl between those three. Less than 0.5 of a second between them all. What a season we're in for in junior girl. But now we go to battle in the elite. In about 5 minutes or so's time, this is going to be quite the challenge. There's your positions. Nela Poznikova from Ellen Berdova and Bibiana Bubnikova in the junior girl. Max Sarushka and Stanislav Kohut lead the way in the junior boy. Adela Pokorova was 6th overall. Lucas Violette, great out of the blocks, just fractionally quicker than Leolisha Kartishvili. Then Natalie Odorova, who is still making good progress, from Sania Rus, who is still only 11 years of age, in front of Artur Gezer. And then it is Uze Altug at the tail of the field. But now comes the challenge we've all been waiting for. The Formula One of UIM MotoSurf elite men. Anthony Squire, Mike Michailidis, along with the big players that we all know and love from elite anyway. Adam Ficek, Miroslav Kup, Yuri Wolf, Alex Lukscheider, Lukas Jaworski, and the reigning champion, Matthias Novotny. This is going to be the fight for the ages that we've been waiting for. The first ever elite qualifying session for Mike Michailidis and Anthony Squire. And let's see what the Cypriot star goes up with against the Dirty Banana in the first qualifying session, Anthony Squire. This is going to be one heck of a show. So the elite riders prepare, and in 2026 we've got 2 new faces in the elites who step up from the top 3 overall of the stocks last year. The champion and the vice champion in 2025, Mike Michailidis and Anthony Squire, step up to the plate and leave the world of stocks to take on the elite. This is one of the stories of the season before we've even started. Number 69, Dirty Banana, Anthony Squire. Bring it on. Going to be fascinating to see what he can do along with the man from Limassol, the 18-year-old from Cyprus, Mike Michailidis, the reigning stock champion. These two are up for the fight. They are up for the scrap. And it'll be wonderful to see what these two can do. Mike Michailidis taking on elite for the first time. And then we've got 6 of the best along with them. Ficek, Kurbs, Wolf, Zahorski, Lukscheider, and Novotny. This really is going to be an amazing season in the elite category. And already we could see some big upsets from the very first event here in Turkey. So the first rotation, we'll see the 2 new faces in the elite category. And it's going to be fascinating to see how it goes between Mike Michailidis, the 18-year-old from Limassol, and Anthony Squire, the 30-year-old from Charlotte, North Carolina in the United States. We're in for a really exciting challenge. So the rider's getting ready. There is Adam Ficek, and getting himself into position as well. The hard charger for the Rocket Racing team, the reigning champion, Matthias Novotny. Expect big things from him in 2026 again. He wants the title once more. So all the riders getting themselves ready for another big challenge. Here we go then for the elite qualifying session 2026. To get underway, it is time. We've been waiting for this right from the start. So all of the tension, all of the drama, and all of the weight of expectation in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship begins here. Anthony Squire and Mike Michailidis for the first of 4 qualifying sessions that will determine the grid order in the first qualifying heat of the year in the elites. Bring it on. Anthony Squire with that euphoric stance of his. It's like watching Rocky Balboa on the water. Anthony Squire, born and raised in South Africa originally, now in Charlotte, North Carolina, where he trains religiously to be one of the best in the world. Vice champion in the stock category last year. They forced him, they urged him, come on Anthony, you can do this, you're ready for the elite, step up. And so he answered the call. And now the American is in the Premier category, along with the superstar from Cyprus, Mike Michailidis. So much potential from the 18-year-old. He's got a big, big future in this category, and he just keeps getting better and better all the time. He was calculated and consistent last year, as well as rapidly fast when he needed to be. He was a worthy champion in stock. Well, that was last year. It's ancient history already for both these men. They go to battle. In the elites, we're going to be looking at 44 second lap times for pole position, maybe even a push to 43. And Anthony Squire and Mike Michailidis go fresh out onto the course. This is the best category of them all. The reason they call this the elite and not the stock category is that you can make changes to the engines in these boards. You can push a little bit more, you can find a little bit more pace. So Mike Michailidis for Seawolf goes for glory for the first time in the elites. This really is going to be a sensational battle for the title in the MotoSurf World Championship in the elite class. Expect some big things from these two. They're going to want to put up a big show against the establishment. It's a clean run for Anthony Squire. What sort of pace has he come up with? 45.3 fresh out of the blocks. That's the business he means in 2026. Straight in there with a 45.3. Mike Michailidis is going to be similar on pace, I'm sure, as he comes through and across the line. Michailidis will come out of the slalom. Final two buoys over the line. What can Michailidis come up with? 45.3 to beat. 45.6. Very close indeed between the two already. These were the two riders fighting for the title in the stock category last year, and here they are as elites. Mike Michailidis and Anthony Squire trying to show the elite establishment that they belong, that they are part of this group now. Out of the final turn for Squire, charging. What has he done? Is it better than a 45.3? 44.7 from Anthony Squire. Wow, he means business in 2026. Here comes Mike Michailidis. Let's see what he does as he comes out of the slalom. Pushes in for the final buoy. It's balanced, it's quick, it's calm. Is he going to be quicker than 45.6? 45.4. Anthony Squire draws first blood here in Turkey. A fantastic start for the American. Anthony Squire, 44.75. Well, now we really are in business. Everyone watching back home in the United States is going to get pretty excited about this now. This isn't just a chance to step up because it's the natural progression. It's because he really has a part to play in this battle. So now we have even more tough racing ahead of us, because now we get more members of the elite fraternity out on the course. Adam Ficek and Miroslav Kups. So the 18-year-old for FG Forest Racing, Adam Ficek from Liberec. So the 18-year-old from Liberec is going to try his best to get faster than Anthony Squire. They haven't raced against each other recently because, of course, Anthony Squire has been in the stock category, but they know how quick he can be. And clearly his first flying laps on an elite board are serious, serious business. So can Adam Ficek and Miroslav Kup establish themselves again against the might of Anthony Squire? Miroslav Kup, the 37-year-old from Ruznetin, really wanting to showcase that he still has what it takes at the age of 37. Here comes Adam Ficek. He goes for it. Ficek regularly had chances to fight with the big three last year. He was trading lap times on regular occasions with the likes of Novotny, Zahorski, and Luke Scheider. So Adam Ficek with a big opportunity in 2026. He almost loses it in the first run. So Ficek really fighting his board to try and keep himself in a good position. Miroslav Kup goes for the push. Into the lap he goes then. Miroslav Kup, 37 years of age, still has the might and the strength to be at the top level of the elite riders. But Ficek is absolutely charging out of the slalom. Ficek looks calm and confident. I just have a feeling that first section might have cost him a couple of tenths. He comes across the line. Ficek goes through, and he's done a 43.9. Well, it's clear that Squire and Michailidis have some work to do to keep up with Ficek, who nearly falls on the board. Well, I've never seen anything like that from Adam Ficek. He comes to a complete stop by the look of it, and somehow manages to catch it back. That is amazing poise from Adam Ficek. Miroslav Kurt, meanwhile, is going to try and finish off the run. How is he going to be compared to Squire and Michailidis? 45.5. So just slower than Mike Michailidis, but not by much. Ficek is still pushing. Oh, and he's gone! Well, he was threatening to fall all the way through that lap. But Adam Ficek has found a 43.8. That's now the fastest lap time we have seen all day. Quicker even than what Kim Down did in the Masters. But Ficek is a fighter. He will fight to the line regardless. A 54.3, it doesn't matter. Ficek is the fastest for now. 43.89. The thing is, we've not seen the elites out yet, so we don't know how fast the times are going to be. But if Ficek is getting a 43.8 out of his board, well, all bets are off for pole position. Novotny may need to get towards the 42s if he wants to get the pole. But Adam Ficek, 0.8 of a second quicker than Anthony Squire, a second and a half quicker than Mike Michailidis. This is going to be a tough season, whichever way you slice it. So up to the top spot for the moment comes Adam Ficek. But now we're going to get Jiri Wolf and one of the big three, Alex Lukscheider. We're going to see a replay of what happened to Adam Ficek. Now watch this for control. He lands perpendicular and then just suddenly slumps. But even at the beginning of that lap, there was a bit of a moment as well for Adam Ficek. I didn't quite understand what happened exactly. So now we got ourselves back into action again. Jiri Wolf, the oldest man in the elite category, 52 years of age, the man from the Autozentrum Vyskov team from Brno in the Czech Republic. Somehow Jiri Wolf is still an elite rider. He refuses to go into the Masters. But this man is one to watch. There is Jiri Wolf. He gets himself ready for the push. And he goes into the fast lap. The other man on this field is definitely one to watch out for as well. Alex Lukscheider. 19 years of age, the captain of the Apex Pilots. And he's definitely going to be a tough contender to mess with in the elite category in 2026. So Jiri Wolf goes into the fast lap. And he's bailed out of it. So it looks as though Jiri Wolf has had an issue somewhere. And he's bailed out of his first flying lap. Meanwhile, Alex Lukscheider is about to go into it. And as one of the big three, Lukscheider is definitely going to be one to fight with. He won the final, or won the weekend, I should say. We didn't actually have a final in the UAE last year, but he certainly won the event when it was curtailed early. So Alex Lukscheider, the winner in Fujairah last year. Jiri Wolf is just trying to pitch where Lukscheider is now that he's on the fast lap. He wants to get out of his way. And he wants to make sure he can go for his own lap with decent pace. So here comes Jiri Wolf. He will go for the line to start his own flying lap without impeding Alex Lukscheider. So Jiri Wolf doesn't get the time he wanted from that first run. So he will try again. A 106.1 for Jiri Wolf, but I don't think it'll be legal because he missed several boys. Look at Lukscheider, really attacking every boy. Pushing all the way, finding the line. Lukscheider across it, what's he done? 43.6, Alex Lukscheider goes top. Alex Lukscheider means business in 2026, and he's going for it. A great start to proceedings then for Alex Lukscheider. We may need to think about 42s if we want a pole time, because Lukscheider could go quicker on the second lap. Here's Jiri Wolf. Jiri Wolf coming off the slalom now into the final two buoys. Right, left, cuts through the U and back across the line. Checkered flag is in the air for Jiri Wolf. What has he done? The lap time is going to be a 51.8. So Jiri Wolf will line up at the back. But here comes Alex Lukscheider. What's he done? 43.6 was the lap time. And what's he managed to achieve the second time? 44.0. Alex Lukscheider comes up with the goods then. 43.6. Lukscheider takes the lead. But now we've got the two biggest men in the sport. The multiple world champion and gold medalist Łukasz Jaworski and the reigning world champion Mateusz Nowotny. This is going to be one heck of a fight for pole. Łukasz Jaworski versus Mateusz Nowotny. And can they catch Alex Lukscheider? This is what you've been waiting all day for. 2 laps for these two riders. Łukasz Jaworski, the Schumacher of our sport. And Mateusz Nowotny, the 17-year-old, now a 2-time world champion. Let's see what these two men can do. They are at the height of their powers. Łukasz Jaworski, still one of the best in the world, 25 years of age, up against the 17-year-old, who he has coached, by the way. And so now they take on the might of Alex Lukscheider. Lukscheider, Nowotny, and Jaworski. Who will get the first elite pole position of 2026 here in the Grand Prix of Turkey? A great effort by Adam Ficek. 0.2 of a second slower than Alex Lukscheider. Nothing in it. He is going to be in the fight for the title in 2026. That is already a guarantee. But now the two kings of elite, Łukasz Jaworski and Mateusz Nowotny, the gladiators, will come forward. Who is going to be the first pole sitter of 2026? Will it be Jaworski, Nowotny, or Lukscheider? The riders are given their signal to get under starters' orders, and Mateusz Nowotny is going to go for the run to the line. Łukasz Jaworski darting himself in and warming up as well. I've got goosebumps on the top of my shoulder blades. It's always wonderful watching these guys go to battle. You know they're going to bring their A game. Łukasz Jaworski ducks down low as he goes for the line. Here comes the gold medalist from the World Games 2025 and the multiple world champion, Łukasz Jaworski. He attacks the course. They always said this was going to be the toughest course that many of the MotoSurf riders have ever faced. And now Łukasz Jaworski is going to bring all his wealth of experience to the table to get a pole position the first round of the 2026 World Championship season in Elite. Attacks the U with confidence. And now it is Mateusz Nowotny doing the same. The reigning world champion goes for it. Through the slalom, and Łukasz Jaworski really is attacking every buoy as if it isn't even there. Across the line, is that going to be quicker than 43.6? Well, I'm not sure because the time hasn't been corrected yet. Mateusz Nowotny's coming through as well. Let's see what Nowotny does. We wait for Jaworski's time to update. Nowotny's is going to correct itself as well. This is the worst time for a timing glitch. But both men look absolutely on it. Here comes Nowotny over the line. He is so strong on this course. And we wait for the corrections on the time. 43.4 for Mateusz Nowotny. Mateusz Nowotny goes provisional top. But what about Jaworski? We'll never know what that lap time was. So he's got to do it a second time. Here's Jaworski over the line. Is it quicker than Nowotny for the second lap? We wait for the time. 43.5. He misses it by 1/10 of a second. Mateusz Nowotny will be the elite pole sitter in Turkey. But he's still pushing. He doesn't know it yet. Mateusz Nowotny will come through. He's already confirmed as the pole sitter, but he could find even more. Over the line, 43.4 for Mateusz Nowotny, 43.2 for the second lap. Oh my goodness, Mateusz Nowotny crushes the opposition to a pulp here in Turkey. What a run from the reigning world champion. Ficek, Lukscheider and Jaworski threw everything at it, but the reigning world champion is still the number one. Mateusz Nowotny carves his way through the buoys with a 43.213. Catch me if you can. What a ride. And they shake hands on an incredible battle. Mateusz Nowotny is still the king of UIM MotoSurf Elite. What an incredible run. On the ragged edge, on the toughest, tightest, most complex course we have seen in UIM MotoSurf for years. And it's all just child's play to Matthias Novotny. What an amazing ride. So now we know the identities of our pole sitters. Tomorrow is going to be a sizzler here in Cheshme. But certainly the Elite Championship is going to be nuclear in 2026. With the rivalry already up-tempo, Matthias Novotny smashes the opposition. Zahorski, Luke Scheider and Ficek were close, but not close enough. Matthias Novotny, the reigning world champion, the 17-year-old from the Chanic. What a chance for him to continue his meteoric rise at the top of the sport. Matthias Novotny is still top dog, #1 in Turkey so far. He will sleep the easiest of anybody tonight, knowing that on this tricky, treacherous, tight and twisty course, he still has what it takes to be the #1 in the world of elite. Fabulous start to the season then in the elite category. Matthias Novotny, Lukas Zahorski, Alex Luke Scheider and Adam Ficek have given us so much to get excited about tomorrow. Anthony Squire, P5, Michael Michaelides, P6, from Miroslav Kurb and Jiri Wolf. This year's elite category is going to be spectacular. So we are done and dusted on Friday with the qualifying sessions now to a conclusion. It's been a fantastic battle across the stock category, the women's elite, the women's master, the men's masters, the junior boys, the junior girls, and of course the elite men's. We have had an amazing qualification day in the My 35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey, the first round of the 2026 UIM MotoSurf World Championship. It couldn't have gone more exciting, but guess what, folks? That's just the starters. The hors d'oeuvres have been served up. Tomorrow, we're going to get into the meat and bones of this first round of the championship. When we return tomorrow, here on the shoreline at Cheshme, the UIM MotoSurf World Championship 2026 kicks off in earnest. From me, Jake Sanson, and everybody here, we'll see you bright and early tomorrow for the best show in town.